Kasi but we can.
Yes, we're hoping that the Gobet Advincula is here now, and we would be complete.
Yes.
Joel is still not here, no?
Joel, he'll come.
Dito na si Joel.
Okay.
Wala pa si Joel.
I'm just do I play the video?
I'm actually here.
Oh, there. Where are you? Are you?
I'm letting people in, so I'm focused on that.
It's great.
Are you admin?
Good morning in the Philippines.
Good morning, Joel.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
So we have
our
Secretary Pernia, Giselle.
Hi, Joel.
Alvin.
You can stay until the end of the press conference.
Again, yes. Yeah. No problem.
Hi, Joel.
Hi, Alvin.
All right. So I think at this point we can start playing the video. No, the two-bridge poster with the music followed by the video. So Richmond, could you please start it? Thank you.
Science and technology and innovation, these are indispensable in the modern economy, in the modern world.
We held a meeting at the MSI, and we resolved among about 6 to 8 of us, local members, first to form PAASE Philippines so that we could continue to host meetings here, but also to go on a massive campaign to try to get support from the national government through the legislative and executive branches to invest more in science and technology. So it started with a white paper, a position paper that we co-authored among 6 of us, namely Ernie Pernia, Cesar Saloma, Rador Asansa, Toby Dairita Fataneo, and Aldin Colaba de la Sala, and myself.
So PAASE historically, in the past 10, 20 years for sure, have been collaborating with our counterparts here in the Philippines at various universities. And a lot of these interactions probably started as peer-to-peer. But thankfully, we have the Department of Science and Technology here in the Philippines, and they've come up with some really helpful and very impactful programs that actually enable PAASE members that are based in the United States and other parts of the world to actually come here and do extensive research and academic partnerships and collaborations.
Well, I think that one of the good things that PAASE is doing is really trying to stay in touch with the researchers and the scientists here in the Philippines. So I think that is one of the good programs that they keep on supporting some of the initiatives of our researchers and scientists here in the country, trying to align also their assistance towards the plans of the Philippine government.
It's very important that the PAASE members and scientists based in the Philippines are continuously in contact, so we will know the needs of the Filipinos and opportunities that Filipinos can have to do science with their PAASE counterparts. So these interactions, such as the conference that we're holding and the annual conferences that we have.
The Philippines and the scientists there have very unique perspective that adds to discoveries and inventions advancing in general the field.
These members, because they are part of an academy, it implies that they are productive. So they have publications, they have innovations, they have inventions, patents, and they have, they have an impact on society. Okay, so these are the people who can convince government, invest more in science and technology, and that was really the gist of our paper, our position paper in 2000. And it is Ernie Pernia who said that R&D by nature is expensive and it is a public good. So it is important for the government to take the lead in investing in R&D.
To increase the economic growth potential of the country, we cannot continue to just rely on traditional inputs into production as capital and labor. We also need to develop our expertise in science and technology and innovation so that we can come up with new systems, new ways of doing things.
I think that science, researchers, industry, and even the government is really like an ecosystem of knowledge. So I think it doesn't really matter if you're coming from a private institution or a public institution, such as a state university. I think we all have a role to play to improve the research capabilities and scientific knowledge here in the country. I think it is about time for us to realize that one of our roles as academics, as researchers, as scientists, is to actually contribute to that global body of knowledge.
And the role of this cooperation among these government agencies really is to be able to attract science and technology, global-based companies to set up shop here. And that is really key in terms of developing the science and technology innovation ecosystem in the country.
Particularly because there's that deep desire. And what PAASE does and can do more of is to promote this relationship between its members.
We really need to ratchet up the appreciation, the recognition of the importance of science and technology and innovation.
And we are all trying to attain what we call the common good, the greater, higher, long-term good of the Filipino people.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you for joining us at the closing plenary session of the 40th anniversary of the annual PAASE meeting and symposium. So for today's plenary session, we will be focusing on higher education and research development training in the Philippines. We are very honored to have our guests with us, our speakers, who are very proficient in this particular topic. So for our first talk, it will be given by a couple of our experts in the country. Our first speaker is Professor Cynthia Bautista, a professor of sociology and a former dean of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. She is an executive director of the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies and commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education. Bautista served as advisory or governing boards of institutions such as the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, Philippine Social Science Council, Human Development Network, Asian Scholarship Foundation, and the NUS Asian Research Institute. She chaired the UNESCO National Commission Social Science and Humanities Committee and the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework Task Force and sat in the executive committee of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network. She obtained her Bachelor of Arts degree in Sociology from UP Diliman, magna cum laude, and later earned her Master's and PhD degrees in Sociology at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Her awards include the National Academy of Science and Technology, Outstanding Young Scientist, and Outstanding Publication Awards, the 10 Outstanding Women in the Nation's Service, and the National Research Council of the Philippines Achievement Award for the Social Sciences. She will be joined by Professor Grace Javier Alfonso, a previous professor of film and mass communication at the University of the Philippines College of Mass Communications. She served for 3 terms as the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines Open University and became involved in distance education and open learning and served her first administrative duty as the Dean of the School of Distance Education in Diliman for the University of the Philippines Open University in 1995. She also became the director of the UPOU's Audiovisual Teaching and Learning Laboratory and the director of the UPOU Multimedia Center. Dr. Alfonso is also a multi-talented artist excelling in various media. She is a painter, a sculptor, a filmmaker, a director, film researcher, and critic, and an expert in multimedia. She has been bestowed numerous awards and distinctions, some of which are the 2013 Concepcion de Dulfalsa Award of Distinguished Achievement, the UP Artist 1, and UP Artist 2 in 2015 to 2017. So without further ado, let us all welcome our speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the indefatigable President Giselle Concepcion of ASE and to the incoming President, former Secretary Ernie Pernia. Good morning to Secretary Boy de la Peña. Good morning to the distinguished colleagues in the Philippines, and good morning or good afternoon to our distinguished colleagues, the PAASE members in the United States, wherever you are. So Gigi, Alfonso, and I are given 40 minutes to actually give share our thoughts with you. Since I tend to meander when I talk extemporaneously, so please allow me to read my notes, at least parts of my notes, so that I can pack as much as I can within the short time that is given to us. So sorry, I forgot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add that Dr. Cynthia Bautista is the current Vice President for Academic Affairs of the University of the Philippines System.
Okay, so basically, rapid technological changes in the last 3 decades, as reflected in the convergence of information technologies, specifically AI and biotechnology, climate change, and now the COVID-19 pandemic contribute to the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguous situation in our world. Even before SARS-CoV-2 virus came to our awareness, we were already very much bothered by the number of learning days our students used to lose because of typhoons, strikes, unanticipated non-working holidays, and political events. In fact, Gigi and I were really planning to actually begin a campaign within UP for a lot of educational reforms at the teaching level. But COVID actually helped us because we did not have to spend as much money. We already got permission to have conferences as well as workshops starting June of 2020, but we did not have to do that. Upending the world as we know, this pandemic has slowed us down and raised our anxiety levels. But on the positive side, it is also catalyzing higher education reforms and opening windows of opportunities to leverage technology for teaching and collaboration in research and technological development. As a background to the way Gigi and I organized our discussion, UP is part of the Asia-Pacific Rim Universities, a network of leading research universities in the 18 economies of the region, and one of 6 ASEAN member universities, the others being NUS, Nanyang, Chulalongkorn, University of Malaya, and the University of Indonesia. In the last 4 years that I have been attending the meetings of senior officials, and Giselle used to attend this before me, and occasionally the meeting of the presidents of the upper universities, the meetings revolved around 2 major concerns, among others. How our teaching and learning can address the challenges of the 4th Industrial Revolution, including making our curriculum flexible, non-conventional, more interdisciplinary, mixing face-to-face, virtual, immersive, and experiential learning, customizing minors, challenging the energies of the B students towards innovations and entrepreneurship, because usually the A students, they stay in the university, revising core courses to ensure that 21st century competences are honed, and how our research can contribute significantly to the search for solutions to problems in our region, including multi-hazards, the digital divide, Pacific deoxygenation, I guess the blue economy that NAST President Rod and incoming President Ernie were talking about earlier, population aging and sustainable cities and landscapes. There was an intriguing panel in the 2018 meeting of the APRO presidents where two of us from ASEAN were asked to speak together with other representatives from East Asia and Americas. The theme baffled most of us in Asia. It was public trust and the changing role of universities. We argued that in Asia, public trust in our universities remains high, vis-a-vis public trust in some US universities because of the turn of the US politics. So I did not realize that at that time that was an important theme. The theme was ultimately a question of the impact of universities in the public mind. Where the Philippines differed from Singapore in our response was for Singapore, public trust was not only because universities provided qualifications and credentials to the population, but also research-based innovations and technologies. Our general public has yet to imbibe a science culture and appreciate universities not merely for credentialing, but for valuable research that translates into technological solutions to our problems. This is why we need to continuously communicate and collectively showcase technologies produced by universities in venues such as what was done 2 years ago with the DOST, which was the Aghambayan Festival. So our agenda this morning is to share our reflections on the challenges confronting research universities worldwide in this time of pandemic. Gigi will focus on leveraging technology for teaching and learning even after we move on, and will also say something about research, even after we move on to a better normal, while I will share my reflections on research and on PAASE as platform for seeding research ideas, catalyzing more interdisciplinary and cross-institutional research collaboration, providing a venue for discussing the translation of research into innovations, and in so doing, help the Philippine research community achieve greater impact on the development of our country and our people. While Gigi and I discussed how we were going to segue to each other, we did not have time to actually talk about the flow. So consider our two parts as sharing of two very senior academics of our ideas about teaching, learning, and research, especially in the next normal. So Gigi. Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Maraming salamat for asking me over and saying something and sharing my thoughts. I'll go directly to sharing of the slides. May I do that? Okay. Is this okay? Can you see this? All right. So it's about continuity and enhancement and transformation of Philippine higher education. And UP as a national university strengthening the culture of sharing in these digital times. Right now, I'm very much involved in, as a member of TWG, of Flexible Learning in CHED, because for 12 years, I've been serving under the technical panel of distance education, and now for the last 5 years, chairing distance education, transnational education technical panel. Kaya lang ako napunta dun sa TWG. So we're helping out here, and what is important now is that research and learning and teaching will be an emerging process. So hopefully that happens, but as we do design this in our ways of looking at flexible and remote learning and teaching, flexible learning actually would be making use of offline, online, and non-digital and digital technologies, and while remote will be purely online, and the use of LMS. But as you know, our 1,900 higher education institutions do not have LMS. Very few would have the LMS, but not also maximized. So So we're trying to design certain types of flexible learning that would be inclusive and make sure that students are not left out. So of course, we talk about floods, etc., and so on. We always would have suspending our classes weeks, 3 weeks or so, but COVID-19 is very different. Overwhelmingly disrupted their way of life, and the effects will still, really be there for quite some time. And we will reconfigure how we do things in academia, in teaching and learning, in research, in acquiring new knowledge, and so on. So, and the way we also engage our learners and our teachers. So, technology mediated and technology enhanced learning teaching has been around for quite some time. And just before the pandemic, this was all the time in international conferences. So let me, because of, IR 5.0, actually it started in, it's 4.0, which we're talking about all this, artificial intelligence and so on. But critique it after a couple of years. And so it's now talking about 5.0, but pushing for social entrepreneurship. So that's what's happening in the Industrial Revolution now. And we're talking about the web that has exponentially grown so fast. And now it's called Symbionet Web, the intelligent web. It just used to be symbiotic web. Now it's Symbionet Web. So we have what we call as, wearables, embedded sensors, and so on. So this has affected really EdUp 5.0. We talk about diverse time, place, and pace. And we talk about project-based field experience, looking at data analysis, and change of exams. So objective exams, it's because that is in the field of mastery-based education, but now we're in outcomes-based. However, we can go beyond. That's the minimum requirement, actually, to be outcomes-based. And we talk about MOOCs, OERs, flexible learning, flipped classroom, blended learning. And this has been going on, student ownership and lifelong learning, for quite some time. Now we have COVID. The technology mediated, technology enhanced learning and teaching was actually branded as disruption because it was really questioning, or it was really transforming the traditional face-to-face learning and teaching. So in fact, it's now learning and teaching instead of teaching and learning. So for continuity and enhancement of education, now we're looking at the same concept. But now, of course, there's so many anticipations, anxiety, and fear. So everybody's talking about lack of equity, increase of the digital divide, low digital literacy, drop in enrollment, lack of academic freedom, setting aside of Filipino cultural identity, transfer of students from private schools to public schools, closing down some private schools due to lack of operating funds. And we're talking about 1,900 higher education institutions. So parents are not financially prepared, teachers not prepared to shift to from traditional face-to-face to online teaching. So higher education institutions not prepared, lack of connectivity, changes in research methodologies, no access to laboratories, difficulties in OJT. But we have no choice. Lockdowns. Face-to-face learning, teaching is banned. For how long, we don't know. So everybody's thinking about this. So we are now reviewing and mapping out where we're going, knowing our identity as a university, who we are, and different sets of faculties and researchers with all, different views, but very mindful of developing learners with 21st century competencies. And so now, at this time of pandemic, more so. So our learners need to be creative. We've heard this, but it's really a mantra. Creative, they should be creative, critical thinkers, problem solvers based on empirical data, innovative researchers, have good communication skills, respect for our cultures, possess deep love for our nation, and advocates of lifelong learning. And they need to be strong, resilient, because it's once again a VUCA world, and in the depression times, it's an old term, but it comes back. So our learners should be resilient. So do we. We should be doing that. So CHED came out with orientations on flexible learning. They're pushing for this. They have announced this. And flexible learning is a learner-centered approach that is deeply rooted in the needs of students. Flexibility on the learning content, schedules, access, assessment, making use of digital and non-digital tools. And exercise of discretion by HEIs is emphasized, and formulate decisions using data-driven and participatory approach. And we're talking about our HEIs submitting their LCP, or learning continuity plan, before they start teaching in this academic year. Flexible learning should be outcomes-based. 3 times in the guidelines, we talk about outcomes-based. In terms of learning content, HEIs shall review all their curricular offerings and mechanisms to inform, to orient our learners on the learning system. And my other slide for the policies: establish means of student and teacher engagement, establishing linkages up to telecommunications company, because that is always the problem, the connectivity. Maximize the use of technology, explore grants, ensure health and safety protocols, and encourage consortia, coalition, networking for capacity building programs and sharing of resources. And of course, again, outcomes-based. So where are we now? This is where we are. Academics are engaged in reflexive mode, looking at all these aspects, because the moment you touch the delivery mode, other elements are, however, affected. So we're talking about curriculum design, course design, use of production content and resources, delivery modes, assessment, student, and faculty support. All this, because of the appreciation of the paradigm shift, would depend on the resources of the HEIs and the administrators, their resolve to go flexible, and the teachers and students and parents and stakeholders as well. So that's the present situation. Everybody's reimagining the management of all these elements, but we will certainly have various models of flexible and remote learning and teaching in this country. And I think we will be good at it and maybe lead in the region in doing so. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. And what is most likely would be the change in requirements and assessment. So you will notice a lot of research will be going on in this process, in the change that will happen. So I call this flexible convertible. If face-to-face will come in, at least develop na talaga yung mga courses that are going to be offered. So what is really the heart of this is the learner-centeredness of flexible and hopefully the remote learning models that we will come up with. Because our students, in the latest survey, 15 to 20% of our students have connectivity and the rest they don't. So it is most important that we think about this with access to internet. We have students with access, high satisfactory connectivity, and they have gadgets. They have the laptops and the tablets and so on, and high to satisfactory digital literacy. That's one type of students comfortable in using remote, and they're the ones who can access the LMS. So there's no problem to that. But there would be students who will not be able to access the LMS with minimal to no access. Marami po yun, and the connectivity is always a problem. Low digital literacy may be comfortable with offline or non-digital technology. And therefore, knowing this, it is important to use various digital and non-digital technology as delivery modes as long as it carries outcomes-based education. So, guidelines, outcomes-based, we talk of pushing our students to be independent learners. And so therefore, the writing of our course guides and also of our course content, in fact, should be for independent learners. Therefore, you have assessment questions, wraparound chapters, and articles written in modular form. So requirements must encourage transparency, accountability. And now, the push for research-based requirements, project-based requirements, and how do you now make sure that they're the ones doing it? So the reporting should be probably videoed or have portfolios, documentation of the process that they went through, and documentaries and video or portfolio form. What is emphasized is the synchronous learning. But the fact that we're residential teachers, we always opt for synchronous learning, and we think that Zoom will really finish the job. But what we recommend is really optional synchronous learning. That would be just for orientation and facilitating learning, asking learners what they do not understand in the course materials and the activities, and to lecture, not to lecture. So the course design, course guide, and course resources help students become independent learners. Because when you look at it in residential form, what happens is that we lecture, and but if you take away the lecture, there will be minimal the interaction will be there, and so on. And that's the one that will have to go into the synchronous learning. So the design, so we have to do the course design for independent learners, the guide and the resources, clear guidelines on OER and intellectual property rights, plagiarism, and updating of students, teaching complement, and the reporting. But all the burden, most of the burden, is on the faculty. They are to curate and produce their materials for resources, identify experts who will be there in their courses, and do their podcasts, their lectures in the podcast so that it's recorded and be accessible anytime, but not to use the synchronous mode. So learner-centered, self-assessment questions, and activity-driven exercises, that's what the faculty will be doing. So they're the ones who need the laptops and the digital gadgets and all that. So there is that faculty fear factor in this VUCA times, in this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous times. UP as a national university, how does it now take out the anxiety of our faculty all over the country? Help in doing so by, strengthening the culture of sharing. And now, what did it do? Right away, UP Open University gave free online courses, and every time they go live, 32,000, 60,000 come in. So, and they've done this, and Today they have another one. Yesterday they had another one, etc. and so on. So it's ongoing, and we've been doing this for free for higher education teachers. And also the MOOCs. MOOCs all out, always, with a lot of registration, and they're giving out certificates for this, also for free. These massive online courses are really up to, a lot of participants are coming in. And the UPOU networks, it's out there with hundreds and hundreds of titles of resources. They're all OERs, open educational resources, that our teachers all over the country can access and put in their course packages and course content. The same is true for TVUP, which is really a testament to the University of the Philippines character as a national university, a teaching, research, and global regional university shared freely with all state universities and colleges, private and public higher education institutions, and other training institutions and the general public. As you can see, we have, many hundreds and hundreds of titles. And this is shared. Just go tvup.ph. And let me remind you, of course, si Giselle, madami kaming materials na si Giselle ang aming featured. So it's an internet television network of the University of the Philippines, featuring national scientists, national artists, scholars, researchers, documentaries, award-winning short films, and of course, much more than that. So we have, it is actually a multimedia production center. It is a digital OER repository, and it is a publication system. And it is, you can download it for free with open license. It is, it has a mode that is TV on demand, and also daily programming, and there's a search mode. So if you're researching for materials for review of related literature or whatever, then you can just type in the topic and all the resources come out. Type in the name of the resource person, and all that they have done would be there and easily accessed. So it has this feature, and it's important that the Filipino scholar, the Filipino researcher claim their place in the virtual platform and share the thoughts for all who want to access them. So it's so important that that's why this is really a call. When I saw the many titles of the exchange of ideas in this symposium conference, I got excited. My heart went blah, 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 blah. And so we can invite, for those who want to offer it to OER, under OER, then it's really would be a great thing. So we can talk about it on how we will do that. So now there are a number of professors that we have come together and volunteered. This is where I think Joel was talking about volunteerism. And we come up with this group of faculty would come in, and we come out with some, and I would like to share this particular instance where we did a webinar, workshop on flexible learning for a university system. That's the University of Rizal system. And what we did was put together all the faculty in the main, we had 150 participants, grouped them in according to the discipline, etc. And then we had a team of facilitators, and the university president was there all the time, and they had the resolve to open August 24th. So that was the main drive. So we had to do it for the first 3 days, course design, etc. So brought their syllabus with them. We did the course structure, turned them into modules, and so on. And we talked about learning theories, and this is interesting. So we have behavior through time. We know this has been the usual, and then humanism came in, and then where emphasizes value and of the human agency. And now connectivism is a relatively new learning theory where you connect your learners to experts. And this was really developed during this digital and technological age. So we're deconstructing the whole process. What do we mean by learning outcomes? What do we mean by requirements? What do we mean by learning and teaching activities that to engage our students? So learning intent, we talk about active verbs. You know, we always go back to Bloom's taxonomy and the history of this. There's change from noun to verb form. Creative way to would be the higher order thinking, but they said no, it has to be flat. You know, everything is needed to be able to have good learning and teaching. But look at this. Look at this. This is the exciting part, you know. Look at the creator, okay? They're new terms. They have the flavor of the digital. And if we have learning outcomes like this, what does that mean? We don't know yet. It will happen, and I hope we do a lot of research on this. So, are the course objectives the same? Yes, but it should be learner-centered, the way it's written. So active verbs, what they should know and be able to do. And so we went through this with the URS experience, and they come out with all this in the first 3 days, and talked about planning the learning experience, matching the experts, coming up with podcasts, video lectures, etc., and coming in with identifying all the texts that they need from journals, from e-journals, and so on. And now we talk about the course requirements and the assessment. So this is the great question: how will we measure the learning experience if it's research-based, project-based, and not objective exams and so on? So we discussed that too. And so after the first 3 days, now we went into activities and came up with a workshop. So we taught everyone to create their own channel, in their Gmail. So that's where they can put their courses and so on. So to be accessed for those who have connectivity, but everything would be written already, but this one is an addition. All right, so there will be intro videos, and that's what we asked them to do. So after the first 3 days, and then in between yun so we had merong 4 days sila in between. Nagpuyat, lahat, and came up with this and I was amazed that they can do it, and they brilliantly made all these materials. And I said, wow, it's so fulfilling. At first they were all afraid, and you had to encourage them and blah blah blah, and look, after the whole, I almost couldn't believe it. I was so happy, and so these are things that can happen. These are unimaginable. So let me stop this, and okay. So I'm in my ending part. So the faculty fear factor, we have to all help out. All help out to take away and crush that fear factor. So you're in the middle of things, and I hope everyone would be going to this. And I see this happening, multimedia research. We talk about e-research, e-methodologies, e-pedagogies, e-modalities, all merging into one, looking at all these aspects. And I think we will be breaking new grounds. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't overspeak. Salamat po. I'll stop sharing my slides. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Gigi. I'll take over from there.
Yes, yes. It's your, yes, yes. Talk about research. Go ahead, please, Sage.
Sorry. I'm now going to share some reflections, but maybe focus on one reflection. So today, the sharp distinction between pure and applied research no longer holds. And the idea of linear progression, a linear progression from fundamental inquiry to applied research and the development of new products is no longer an accurate depiction of the process. I am a sociologist, and in the sociology of science, we make a distinction between mode 1 and mode 2 knowledge production. It's more complicated than this, but just to simplify, there are two modes. While research has generally been carried out within disciplines and academic departments, my focus is on research that is increasingly pursued along mode 2, involving partners from different disciplines who work together temporarily in a less hierarchical manner in search of solutions to particular problems. And I think PAASE has been very much engaged in mode 2 research. Mode 2 knowledge production is really is the knowledge production at the forefront. Since my administrative duties prevented me from reconnecting with researchers from other universities, forgive me for taking off in my notes and in my reflection from my experience in the University of the Philippines in the last few years. Because this experience shows me a particular gap that needs to be filled to make a research and a research community have more impact on our society. So my first note is a very obvious note. The university has a critical mass of experts in various disciplines across branches of knowledge, but they work in silos and are not connected with each other. When I just moved out of CHED, and then shortly before I took over Giselle's position, there were two areas that I am told we really have to develop, at least two of the possible areas. One is omics. I'm a social scientist. I didn't understand what omics was about. But because I was in the beginning of PICARI, I was in CHED when PICARI began and talked a lot with the former secretary, Willie Padolina. So Willie was the one telling me, omics is very important. Then the other one is data science, of course. And I thought then, because there was, shortly after I came from CHED, there was a meeting in Makati. I no longer remember who organized and all, but Dado Banata was there. And then Dado was saying that what we did for data analytics in CHED, because we actually shepherded data analytics as part of a track for computer science and for business, he said that's not the thing now. You really have to go into data science. And so I asked, what do you mean? Because I was also familiar with the proposals for data science masters of some of the universities. So I asked him if he meant this particular MS program, and he said yes. He said more or less it's that. So when I went to UP, I thought, oh my God, we really have to do this, because I didn't know that we had data scientists. But thankfully at that time, the Center for Integrative and Development Studies was convening a program. So the current Chancellor Fidel Nemenzo convened that program, and that program was to actually bring together the different people doing work on data science. And we convened, so the system convened this particular network in the beginning. And then I was so shocked that there were so many data science people in UP, even in UP Mindanao, all the way, except that they didn't know what each other is doing. So hopefully this network will continue and will thrive. So it's a network. However, you need people to actually move networks like this. But this is really an obvious thing. We all work in silos, but we need connection. The second note is government, the university's research programs and centers serve as connectors. My main thrust now is the connecting, because it's the connecting that actually will produce whatever synergy there is. Because if people are experts and they're not connected to each other, so you might even have multidisciplinary teams working separately, but they don't know of each other and they don't have a venue where they can discuss, then you don't have synergy and you might not be able to achieve what you could have achieved otherwise. So here it's government, the university's research programs that serve as connectors of experts from different disciplines, experts in the different constituent universities of UP, and even other higher education institutions, government, private sector, civil society, industry. So basically, government, for instance, I remember this is a Kambayan. This is what I was talking about earlier as the showcasing of the projects that the OST actually supported that translated into innovations and technologies. So basically, government is very much a connector here. And then you have, well, of course, the Picadi project, which still has a lot of challenges. But interestingly, despite all the challenges, there are very significant projects and very significant results from the projects, although they're still going through the challenges. So basically, if you talk about universities and programs of universities, I put this here, Giselle, because basically Giselle was the one who initiated more than two, but of our research programs. So you have the emerging in interdisciplinary research, and we also have the enhanced creative work research grants. And basically these have also produced, because they have bigger funds. So they have produced also very, very interesting findings and very interesting innovations. Some of them are innovative and maybe can translate into technologies, but this is something that we also have to showcase. Another example of a center putting people together, maybe a center is CIDS and putting different programs together and convening different people, connecting. But there are other ways of connecting even within the university. My third note, and this is very interesting to me, is that the COVID-19 pandemic made me deeply appreciate the pool of multidisciplinary expertise in the university that can be tapped to address much needed research, and that organizes itself spontaneously when the need, because of the need, and pro bono. Within a few months, several teams across the UP system who were not necessarily linked to each other, and not just the UP system COVID response team, projected the scale and trajectory of the pandemic, including projections on the state of transmissions based on local government data and municipal or city density maps, based on current active cases. I guess where we have a gap is we have modelers, and there are different modelers. You have modelers in UPLB, you have modelers in UP Mindanao, and modelers, of course, in the COVID response team. And the thing is, maybe we have to enhance the connection. Maybe we have to have more of the discussions among the modelers about their assumptions, because we are all modeling and projecting that we are all modeling as UP. And basically, we have projects on infection. We have more than 220 projects focusing on the molecular biology and clinical features of the virus, clinical trials on an evaluation of treatment like the convalescent plasma, infection control measures, development of certain solutions to problems in COVID, engineering solutions like the prototype adult ventilators, disinfectants, decontamination through different means, the development of apps for more efficient case finding and monitoring, job risk calculators, analysis of the pandemic socioeconomic impacts, supply chain research, etc. Some of the COVID projects are also of interest because they are not only multidisciplinary, but also cross the different constituent units of UP. For instance, the collaboration between medical experts and engineers that I think Al is very familiar with in the development of the prototype adult ventilators is very inspiring. So we are now assigning them just yesterday, the same group, to reconfigure and design prototype classrooms in our transition to the next normal as a project. Some of the multidisciplinary projects have a more inclusive philosophy involving partners not only from academe but also from industry in their exercise of corporate responsibility, individual volunteers, the private sector. One such project is the development of the data lake for the COVID-19 pandemic. Although it was not able to go as far as diving into the lake and analyzing data, so it was really laying the infrastructure for research, for multidisciplinary research. The Data Lake project started serendipitously from colleagues in the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies in partnership with the Board of Investments of DTI, the UP Computational Science Research Center, and Accenture Advanced Technology Center, who put aside a $2 million budget from their global corporate social responsibility to free up the services of their best data engineers and architects in the Philippine COVID-19 efforts to work with our physicists. Of course, when this was going on and there were talks with Accenture, my mind was asking, what is Accenture's interest in this? Well, it was my anxiety was laid to rest. There is no interest. Accenture is not interested in putting up a data lake in the Philippines global, but even the circumstance of working with them was because they were just being asked about certain things. They were at that time doing their CSR was the regular CSR of getting donors to actually contribute PPEs, etc. Until they realized that, oh, the CSR can actually be what they are good at. So basically, Accenture was commissioned by the Singapore government to put up its data lake, so they are not lacking in experience and expertise. The team decided to start a big data and AI initiative to help the government fight the challenges of the pandemic. Why do so? Because the many systemic problems we are facing require not only reliable information, but information that is so-called blended and layered in order to help decision makers that need to understand the many interdependent factors, health, economic, social, political, security, that cause these problems. However, information is not enough. To achieve evidence-based policymaking, a collaborative effort of scientists and policymakers to understand the surge of available information is also critical. So when the team approached the IATF through NEDA and the ICT, they were told that one such repository of information for COVID-19 matters was not in place. Actually, such data lakes exist in the other countries, and so it's easier for them to do their analytics. There is a group of data analytics, but without reliable, updated, and layered information and a collaborative approach in the analytical process, a good data analytics, much less big data and AI approaches, will not be possible. So the Data Lake project was meant to collect all information from various agencies of government, as well as new information being fed by various groups working on COVID-19. The next step was to pilot a collaborative approach to analysis, organizing various disciplines into a knowledge value chain, geared to produce actionable intelligence for government. For this pilot, or a proof of concept, the team focused on rice supply, because there are certain goods where the room for error is non-existent. So efforts to gather information in real time, because much of our information is already dated, in real time started. That involve UP, Los Baños Project Sarai, the Jollibee Foundation, church partners, individuals. But then I guess it became difficult because the main obstacle proved to be in the area of convincing government agencies of the value of big data and initiative. The potentials of big data and AI are not yet well known in public policy circles, although the private sector has been quick to leverage its power for its own profit margins. While structural limits prevented the idea from becoming a reality, the team is continuing to pursue the proof of concept of the data lake and analytics from it, particularly for particular issues in Mindanao. So upon reflection, so this all came very spontaneous. It was snowballing, but basically what I'm saying here is we are also capable of connecting and being inclusive in our connections. Upon reflection, even in the COVID project, we needed more connection among different teams of researchers for greater synergy and impact. This is a gap in UP. I was already saying, even among our modelers, we should have a platform, a venue by which they exchange, they discuss their different models. This is a gap in the University of the Philippines. I guess it's reflective of a gap even in our country. It is a gap between UP researchers and possible partners from other higher education institutions who can enrich our research. So this is really expanding beyond us. In fact, for the data lake, there was a whole discussion even with PASUC, PASUC is the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, about how the SUCs might be able to help with the gathering in real time, except that there were structural limits, so it did not push in that direction. But potentially it could, maybe on a smaller scale, maybe not a data lake, maybe a data pool. An intergenerational gap between more senior researchers and the younger ones, between experts in other countries. It is easy to say, let us put, and this has been the discussion, let's put up strategic studies programs in the university. People say, let's do that. My response would always be, we need the champions, the organizers, the connectors at different levels, the organizers of meetings, colloquia, conferences, up to organizers of all collaborative research. But at whatever level, we need connectors with the grit and stamina of the ones who set up the UP Ateneo DLSU consortium a long time ago with the singular goal of producing the PhDs in the sciences. So even if we dream of a lot of this collaborative research and strategic research, unless you have the champions and unless you have people who have the fervor for it, it might not work as well. I'm speaking from my experience many years ago as executive director of the Center for Integrative and Development Studies. It moves very fast if you have such connectors. Giselle is an excellent connector. PAASE has been a connector. Of course, PAASE is more than just a connector, but it has been a connector. I'm using the word connector in a very profound way. It's a connector is linking its passion in order to produce results. PAASE has been providing a platform for linking high-level experts in different universities, of intergenerational researchers, of researchers in government, in industry, and civil society. And I guess PAASE has managed to thrive for 40 years because it is able to effectively connect. In the time of COVID-19, PAASE leveraged technology to fulfill its mission. It actually utilized technology. I mean, I didn't expect that you would have a conference this long and using Zoom technology, but possibly it contributed to the fact that you contributed to the success of your conference because you have many more people who are able to attend even if they couldn't be physically there. So this technology that can be tapped and maximized to connect ideas and people contributed, I think, to the success of this conference, and we're very happy that we're here closing this conference. But basically, it is I beg PAASE to actually continue to connect and maybe scale up the connecting of people as a venue for us to come together and collaborate in research. So my main reflection is really connections. So congratulations to PAASE, congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Bautista. Now, I know that this is a very interesting topic, but we'll wait until after our third speaker before we entertain any questions. Thank you again, Professor Bautista and Professor Alfonso. Our next speaker is Governor's Chair at University of Tennessee in Oak Ridge National Laboratory. He is also a research professor at Case Western Reserve University. He is a fellow of the American Chemical Society, a fellow of the Polymer Science and Engineering Division, fellow of the Polymer Chemistry Division, ACS. He received the distinguished Herman Mark Scholar Award in 2013. In 2018, he was elected National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines. And he recently has been appointed to the World Economic Forum Advanced Materials Council. He is the editor of MRS Communications and Reactive and Functional Polymers. He has held a number of visiting professor positions, including Waseda University in Japan. His group does research in polymer materials, nanocomposites, colloidal science, 3D printing, hybrid materials, and ultra-thin films towards applications from smart coatings to biomedical devices. He is very passionate in mentoring students and helping other countries in their STEM programs. Let us all welcome Professor Rigoberto Advíncula. Gobet, I think you're still on mute.
You're right. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Kay, for that correction and also for that generous introduction. First of all, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Sa Philippines, it's almost 9 p.m. here. I'm actually in Knoxville, Tennessee now. And this has been, of course, something that I am looking forward to in terms of listening. And really, the past 2 to 3 weeks has been so special listening to our colleagues with PAASE and the various expertise and new things I have learned, you have learned, something positive, especially with this COVID-19 situation we are all in. And like what Kay mentioned, I had recently moved to University of Tennessee and Oak Ridge National Lab as a governor's chair. In fact, I'm a Oak Ridge National Lab group leader with the Center for Nanophase Materials. But I was with Case Western Reserve University for 8 years. So what I'm going to talk to you today deals with 3D printing and Industry 4. Well, you may want to say, why now? Why talk about this matter? Well, I will be ending this talk describing how my partnership with DOST and especially Secretary De La Peña is here, will be a bright story for us to look at today. Starting with my engagement with UP many years ago through the Balik Scientist program, the ERDT fellow, and various things I did with the Institute of Chemistry. This is always a bright spot that I look when I think about my engagement in the Philippines and as a PAASE member as well. So let me share to you 3D printing. Why 3D printing? What is additive manufacturing? How can we tie it with the future of our country? How it ties up with innovation, entrepreneurship, engineering education, and so on. In fact, one of the things I did with PhilDev at that time was to help imbue the curriculum with CHED on technical entrepreneurship. I pushed this, and in fact, I wrote the first curriculum that became the model curriculum for CHED. This was almost 4 years ago during my heavy involvement with PhilDev. This is tied up, of course, with what people say Industry 4.0 or sometimes innovation nearing, where we are looking at digital manufacturing, data analytics, different types of material classes, digital economy, distributed manufacturing, and so on. And you will see why this is such a very timely thing for the Philippines to have gotten into. Back in 2016, I was invited by the World Economic Forum to give a talk on the future of 3D printing and advanced manufacturing. This was in fact held at Dubai. So I've never been to Davos, Switzerland, but they actually had another meeting with the World Economic Forum in Dubai. That's where all the techies went, not the rich people. Anyway, I discuss here why this will revolutionize many things we looked at in terms of tissue engineering, space manufacturing, bio-inspired design, and so on. Well, today, you can go to a lot of makerspace places, actually many initiatives on the Fab Labs with DTI, and of course, I'll talk to you more about AMSEN. In fact, any family who can invest on a 3D printer worth about 10,000 pesos can get into digital manufacturing. That is, one is able to use that CAD design, digitized image and convert it to an actual three-dimensional object through a number of methods. So for example, one of the projects I like and research areas that are quite inspiring in nature is that you can actually take nature, the design that's inspired by nature, and convert it into biomechanics or different types of engineered objects, which actually gains inspiration from nature, not only with the design but even with the material itself. My first introduction to 3D printing was actually 1997 when I was doing my postdoc at Stanford. I heard a talk on two-photon stereolithography, where they were actually making objects at the 100 nanometer scale level or resolution. So, for example, I was impressed with this image of this three-dimensional um, woman on the scale of a hair, a single strand of hair, okay? Or this model of the Notre Dame. And this was all done by photopolymerization. Now, these days, actually, one of the hottest industries is in the area of prosthesis and orthesis devices. Dental industry is being revolutionized. Dental practice is being revolutionized by 3D printing, as well as the design of implants, where the density of the bone can be simulated or changed depending on the infill ratio design. And so one can link biomechanics and the need for custom-made or personal health care. In the area of tissue engineering, different types of tissues can actually be simulated, if not towards development of artificial liver, kidney, and this can actually be accelerated by bioprinting or even 3D printing of tissue and stem cells directly on patterns and with the use of growth factors. Now, closer to industry, a lot of people are looking at 3D printing of parts, prototyping for the aerospace and the automotive industry. That is new designs and new materials that can replace metal alloys can easily be tested or manufactured toward high performance. Another area that's growing is in the area of construction. So actually, this is a growth area that not only is used by the military, but also even for the building of hospitals or emergency response, where the construction of different types of civil structures can be made in a record time. And this, of course, uses materials like cement or geo materials that can be 3D printed. Now, for those of you who are art lovers, is actually 3D printing there as well, merged with artificial intelligence. So if you look at this self-portrait by Rembrandt, Rembrandt is a famous Dutch master. A company called ENG Barings and Microsoft teamed up together with Delft University to simply answer the question that if Rembrandt were alive today, what would his painting look like? And what they did is they captured as many paintings by Rembrandt and did data analytics. I say that by looking at the symmetry, the type of paint, the different types of subjects of painting, and then compiling this in an algorithm, they were able to come up with an image, a painting actually. And this is not inkjet printing. This is actually 3D printing because it uses layers and multiple layers of pigments and paints, everything that is digitally laid out. And actually they came up with this painting. So this is actually a modern Rembrandt that was produced by AI and 3D printing, okay? So that answered the question, can we revive Rembrandt? Yes, in his painting today using 3D printing. Now, closer to manufacturing, 3D printing is making a big difference in how they make tools, molds, jigs. These are terms that are very familiar to the automotive, aerospace, both industries, military industries, and so on, simply because these are very expensive projects requiring lots of investments, capital investment, formative manufacturing. These days, the cost and time reduction can be as much as 70%. That means a lot of things that can be accelerated in manufacturing can be done today using digital manufacturing and 3D printing. So why be engaged in 3D printing? Well, what we traditionally call as uh, traditional manufacturing is what we call formative or subtractive manufacturing. Formative manufacturing will be things like injection molding, casting, and so on. Those are available to make thousands and even millions of pieces. But what digital printing or 3D printing does is you're able to make very complex parts in a relatively short time. However, they are not made for high throughput manufacturing. But if you can have the value chain of complexity, high performance, and costs, and even distributed manufacturing, that's where it comes in that it comes with a value chain of its own towards complexity, high performance. And as I said, it's not made for high throughput manufacturing, but that is one of the problems that can be solved or maybe solved by the use of 3D printing farms. So some of you may be familiar with these terms, FDM, SLA, SLS. These are simply acronyms or abbreviations that speak about different techniques in 3D printing. And that means you have various materials from polymers to metals to different types of hybrid materials that can be shaped and programmed digitally with a printer. There are many problems, though, with 3D printing, not to least some of the things that can be optimized through better CAD design, material selection. And this is actually the subject of research, and that's what we do these days. Try to understand and optimize 3D printing. So this, you can see in a typical FDM method, you actually lay down or lay up materials in a directional manner, meaning that directionality can be both a weakness and strength. So in this case, a plastic is simply melted and then fused or deposited layer by layer in material until you get the desired object. Some methods involves a laser that sinters powders, either metals or polymers, that results in a three-dimensional object based on sintering. Or in the case of the previous example I showed with lithography, this can be done by photopolymerization with light on a resin material. And in fact, this is one of my most favorite techniques because the resolution and sometimes the speed of printing is in this clip process is very high. So this is very good for manufacturing objects that are very close to what would have been injection molded to begin with. And this is how you produce some of these high resolution, high fidelity parts in a very short time. Another technique that is a favorite of mine is called viscous solution printing. This is actually how we 3D print flowing materials like paste, like chocolate, like glue, like cement. So anything that flows can actually be 3D printed as long as they have a thixotropic behavior. And there are many others, including binder jet, combinations of UV curing, use of resins, and so on. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about these different techniques. Another type of 3D printing that is important in industry is metal 3D printing. This is because metals are typically forged or molded or welded, and they are expected to have a high performance, typically used in high temperatures and pressures or engine components, etc. These days, you can actually have 3D printing farms. These are built for high build volume and high production. Okay, and of course, the linking of digital technology means that scanning, imaging, different types of digital accumulation can be converted into a 3D printed object simply by converting that CAD file into a sliceable and printable STL file. What about polymer materials and 3D printing? So I'm a polymer chemist, and that's my specialization. Although plastic sounds like a bad word, it's not. if you look around you, there's plastic everywhere. And that means 3D printing of plastics, high performance polymers have a very high value in terms of digitization in manufacturing. So for example, just to highlight the material choices, it's a combination of cost or the thermomechanical properties. And most commodity polymers do not have the tensile strength. On the other hand, high performance polymers like polyether ether ketone is expensive, yet they can replace metals. In fact, there's a race to 3D print many different types of materials, from ceramics to polymers to metals. And this will go into many industries, many applications, from the medical industry to oil and gas, automotive, aerospace, consumer electronics, construction, and so on. Okay. I'm going to dive a little on the research that we actually do, because I'm assuming here that there's a lot of people who might be interested in composites and uh, natural materials. So as a chemist, we look at nanomaterials as an additive that can improve the thermomechanical properties, the barrier properties. So when I talk about that, that simply translates to higher performance, or um, um, what we call high value added products. So in our group, and this was something that I started about 4 years ago at Case Western Reserve University, we are involved with the use of various types of 3D printing methods to use graphene, silica, nanocellulose, different types of nanoclay to improve the properties of plastics, rubbers, um, epoxy thermosets, and high performance polymers. Okay. So what am I getting into? I am trying to actually focus now on why the Philippines is a good source of a nanomaterial called nanocellulose. So abaca is not a high value industry. It's very abundant in the Philippines. Yet when you unlock the structure of abaca, and I've studied it for many years, you actually derive a nano material that is of high value because it has a very high alpha crystalline content. And not to mention many types of fibers that can be derived in the Philippines beyond abaca. So when you break down a plant fiber, you're able to isolate these fibrils and break it down into crystals that can be separated as whiskers or fibers. Upon isolating these nanofibers, and I think some of you might have heard of the talk given by Jerome Palaganas, one actually of the students who trained in my lab at Case Western. We can use this as an additive in 3D printing. So for example, in a technique called SLA, we can mix this in various ratios, and then we can 3D print them using this method to arrive at a high performance resin material that can actually be used for prosthesis devices, as well as different type of materials that can have high tensile stress, compressive stress, elongation, and total yield strength much further than the material without that resin. Another material that we studied early was the use of thermoplastic polyurethane. So this is a very high demand industrial polymer used in many industries. And what we did is we were able to take this polymer that is either used for car parts or biomedical applications and improve their properties based on the addition of a nanomaterial called graphene. So in this case, graphene oxide was modified and then blended with thermoplastic polyurethane, resulting in high tensile strength, elongation and break, and various types of high performance metrics that can be used for improved TPUs. Okay, so here is just showing how we studied this type of properties using different types of testing methods, including compressive strength, tensile stress, and flexural strength. So let me then go towards Philippines engagement. After all, that is part of my title. After giving you all this technical background, after extolling all the advantages of 3D printing, I want to emphasize why the Philippines has a big break in helping and leading this type of science and engineering. So for many years, I've been a host of many scholars from DOST, whether it's through ERDT, through funding directly from DOST, and sometimes from CHED. I have been training a lot of Filipino PhDs. In fact, to count, there's about 25 of them. A good half of them has returned to the Philippines. A number of them have gone on to have very productive careers here in the US. For example, Jerome and Napo Level Palagan has spent a year in my lab doing 3D printing, and they were able to bring that technology and start their own company. A number of these Filipinos, Joey and Al and Briley, are in the US working for big material companies. For example, here I have Jill, who also stayed in my lab for a year and went back to UP as a professor and started their own 3D printing program for undergrads. And other students that were supported by various projects through the OST. Now, some of you might recognize John Ryan Deason, or simply Kokoy. He stayed in my lab for 6 months and went back to the Philippines to establish his own 3D printing center at Bataan Peninsula State University. And is one of the regional centers heavily invested by DOST to set up his own 3D printing center in Bataan. And a number of these students as well who have trained with me, who have since gone back to their own universities and started their programs. So I'm starting with this because this partnership with DOST and the Philippines actually starts with training. It's all about people. It's all about equipping Filipinos to be the best that they can be, given opportunities to train with me in the best setting that I can provide for them, encouraging them to set up and start their own careers. Whether they go back to the Philippines or start here in the US, I know in my heart that these are long-term investments, and they eventually, like me, would invest back in the Philippines. I've been in the US for 31 years. I got my degree from UP, yet many, many years I've been drawn back and come back to the Philippines to reinvest, to bring what knowledge and what things I've gained here in the US and to help the next generation. And some of the things that I did, and this was through Field Deb, this is through Case Western Reserve Universities. I visited many universities in the Philippines, from Ateneo de Davao to UP, to Adamson University. I visited several high schools, and I was bringing US students with me. For example, through this program, Engineers Without Borders, we actually set up a 3D printing workshop in Davao City, and also visited several high schools and was encouraging them to set up their own 3D printing labs, even in the high school level. And I believe that is happening not just through our own initiative, but through many initiatives by DOST, local high schools, state high schools, and DTI, for example. So last year, AMSEN was started, and this building was inaugurated early last year. The AMSEN really is a culmination of that training, that engagement with DOST, where we simply work with Secretary De La Peña and Undersecretary Guevara to propel the Philippines to a top position in additive manufacturing. So AMSEN really is a collaboration with my group and DOST and many other parts of DOST to establish a center that will house not only the latest equipment in 3D printing, but actually the experts. So the experts trained in my lab as well, but at the same time, multifaceted workshop training and different types of projects. Too many to report now, but one of the things that I'll show you is how how they responded to the COVID-19 um, pandemic and be an inspiration to many. So, for example, this building is ongoing and they plan to finish it by October 2020. And some things about AMSEN, we are actually at this point second only after Singapore to establish our own additive manufacturing center. We are above many of our peers in establishing a first 3D printing center of this scale. And this was actually a collaboration between several um, groups and agencies at DOST, from ITDI, MIRDC, MP Shared, and it's composed of two main projects led by Blessy, Basilia, and Engineer Lisa. And this funding is DOST's investment, the Philippine government investment to be ahead of the curve in additive manufacturing. And now it's bearing fruit in terms of many different projects related to aerospace, electronics, automotive industries. But I think the more important investment will be in the training of people. So, for example, they responded right away through some of my engagement too, to provide not only PPEs, but actually the tools, the prototyping that went into ventilators, molds, and different types of production units that can upscale the production of PPEs. We were one of the first to work with the Philippine plastic industries to 3D print molds that were used right away to produce many PPEs. And a lot of the team members were actually engaged with different groups in helping build prototype ventilators. But this is just one of the success stories. They can, and you can probably ask Engineer De La Peña and other colleagues at DOST on what they've been doing since. In fact, I just published a paper, this just came out, and it's open access, on the role of additive manufacturing for the COVID-19 response. And actually, this was a paper that I co-authored with one of the DOST scholars, Brian Deason, where we made a review article on what has been going on with additive manufacturing and our COVID-19 response. So as you can see here, the roadmap and the scale by which this investment will be years productively engaging Philippine industries. I predict that the biggest impact of this AMSEN will be in innovation and Industry 4.0 in terms of rapid prototyping and tooling for many, many parts of the Philippine industries. And what is needed right now is people, training. Universities should be engaged, doing research, doing different types of training from undergrads to MS, PhD related projects for their thesis. After all, there are many advantages that can be unlocked from traditional manufacturing towards digital manufacturing, more complex designs, geometries, and the tools that are needed to propel the Philippines from traditional manufacturing. So I'm actually
I think we lost him.
Yes, I think so. No, he's still around, but I think the microphone cannot be heard. Okay, he's back. Gobet, you're still on mute.
Mute.
Okay, thank you. Now we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Sorry for that technical difficulty. So here, I think I last showed here, Oak Ridge National Laboratory is host to the MDF. Although I'm not part of the MDF, this is one of the long-term engagement we can probably, again, foster through collaboration.
Yeah, Gobet, can you share the screen again? I think we lost it. Thank you.
Can you see it? Okay.
Yes, now we can see it.
Okay. So Oak Ridge National Laboratory is host to the MDF, Manufacturing Demonstration Facility. Early last year, I brought the staff from DOST to tour, engage with scientists and engineers there to learn more about digital manufacturing and how it can be used to accelerate prototyping, tooling, and usefulness in many industries. So, for example, at the background here, this is actually a 3D printer that can 3D print an aircraft wing. This is how big this printer is. And this is the inside of that printer. Here, for example, you can see a tractor or caterpillar part that was 3D printed at the facility. And here, for example, is a resurrected Willys Jeep, 3D printed. So they're no longer produced now, but they are they can be resurrected from an old design and 3D printed as shown here. And I will not tell you which parts are 3D printed, but more or less you can see some of the frames and the important parts of the body that was 3D printed, and then of course finished by painting. So I'm almost done. This is a list of other types of modes and sectors that will be influenced by additive manufacturing. I predict that many parts for tooling, for assembly of automotive, electronics, packaging industries will be impacted by 3D printing. Healthcare, distributed healthcare, marine industries, defense procurement in industries. That is a very interesting challenge because many of our tools, parts, aircraft, military equipment simply needs parts that are missing, which can now be 3D printed. And then they can reuse or use some of those old equipment and even recycling. So high value adding, rapid prototyping, distributed production. This is an opportunity that we should not waste. We should fully engage 3D printing, additive manufacturing, because these are some of the value chains that can lift our industries and bring us to the forefront of digital manufacturing. So in summary, what I've shown you are the interesting directions by which 3D printing and new materials are taking us, the current state by which the Philippine industries can be uplifted in terms of high performance materials, new types of digital manufacturing, and its impact on many industries to come. And I simply want to thank the Philippine government. I want to thank Secretary De La Peña, Secretary Guevara, Undersecretary Guevara for their confidence and their partnership through the years in this investment that will pay off big time. I'm very confident it will. So with that, I'd like to thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions later.
Thank you very much for that, Gobet. So in the interest of time, we'll take a few questions from our audience. And may I request also our speakers to limit their responses so that we can proceed to the next part of the program. Okay, for our first question, it comes from Rodelio Sabade. How do you think teachers can connect with students who are in areas with unstable or no internet connectivity? Specifically, how will monitoring and assessment be done? So this is for Dr. Bautista and Dr. Alfonso.
Sinch, will you be answering that?
So at the moment we are going to, students are pre-registering so that they will be able to say exactly where they will be staying during the time, so you would know whether these are areas without signals. So basically the learning the course packs that are being developed, and this is a little new in UP. We don't do course packs in the beginning, and now everybody has to do course packs. So the course packs are going to be in the learning management system, but for students who are in remote areas, so this is first the delivery of materials and independent. It is going to be guided independent study because the materials will actually have the guides, will have the assignments, and then they will be delivered. Okay, we're dealing with the copyright issue here, although the code, the Philippine, code of the Philippines for copyright, protect copyright, actually has a provision, and it has to be a limited number and in a classroom. And we're now defining the classroom as not the four-wall classroom, the classroom where our students are. So for the limited students, and we have discussed this with lawyers, you just have to stamp that this is only for this class. They will be delivered to these students either in USBs if they have computers, or in print if they don't have computers. And here we will be asking, and the constituent universities have been talking with the local government units to help deliver if the couriers cannot reach the area. Now the monitoring, we have to know exactly which students don't, because the signals are poor, exactly which areas don't have signals, because in the second semester, the experience was there are not too many students who are in such areas, and many of our students have phones. They don't have to be smartphones, but basically they are reached by our faculty using Messenger and Facebook. I'm not a Facebook person, so I didn't even know that one of our faculty members was very upset because her students, they were not answering her when she sends SMS. And she asked them why. It's because Facebook comes with whatever is free in the phone, and Messenger is free. So that if they cannot be reached because they have no smartphones, we will have to identify and figure out how they will be monitored. Meantime, we are also exploring, because internet connections in the Philippines they're very poor. Even in UP, sometimes people freeze. So basically we are exploring an alternative, because the Philippines is not yet ready to really, although we are also lobbying with the ICT for better internet, exploring television airwaves for the last mile. And I think, and we have been discussing with Joel Marciano, and I think they have developed a device, and I don't know if Secretary Boy can talk about it. They are developing a device for digital TV. So even if you have an analog, you can actually use it. And then we are now in discussions with television, those who have franchises, because they don't use all of their frequencies. So if they can be used at certain times, and then if it's digital, you can download, or at least you can interact. But I'm not too familiar with the technology. But these are big challenges at the moment. So we wouldn't know until the pre-registration is over who are really going to be almost left behind. But you try very, very hard that they will not be left behind.
Okay, before we move on to the next question, I think Professor Pernia has a quick question.
It's silent.
Professor, yeah, I think you're still on mute, Professor Pernia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you, Gobet, for the presentation. Yeah, I think this additive manufacturing is really what the Philippines needs, because we have really lagged behind badly relative to our ASEAN neighbors in terms of manufacturing per se. But with this, if we can really roll this up, and if it really takes off, then we can pole vault from the ordinary type of manufacturing to this very modern and sophisticated type of manufacturing, and also more productive. Just one question: would we need so much raw materials? What kinds of raw materials do we need for additive manufacturing? I think some waste materials can be used to go into additive to go into 3D printing, a 3D printing process, right? And so yeah. Anyway, that's all that I wanted to
Yeah,
say.
thank you, Secretary Pernia. That was, really a vote of confidence. Yes, the raw materials, basically, the big ones can be divided into plastics, metals, and maybe geomaterials like cement. And with a lot of the construction going on and a lot of the scale up in many industries, plastic probably would be the number one. Now, the local sources that we can probably take advantage of, like what I mentioned, is abaca as a way of reinforcing plastics, even fibers from bamboo or piña, or those things can be used for construction or enhancing geomaterials. Plastic industries can rely on polyethylene, polypropylene, but really the most important commodity polymers are still imported. And of course, metals, we don't have much metal industries. So in general, we can do research, a lot of research really, in finding more local sources, or at least manufacturing local ingredients for 3D printing as a way of propelling its wide uses in Philippine society. Thank you.
So there's no need for imports, especially in the early stage of this process.
Yes, for raw materials right now, we can start early with research from local materials, but eventually, what industry will demand is high performance and value. So what industry demands, whether we have to import it or we have to make our own or set up our own manufacturing plant for those raw materials, we will have to catch up to.
So the next question comes from Professor Joe Cruz. So even before the current pandemic, HEIs have been moving towards outcomes-based education, including external accreditation of engineering and computing programs. Alternative learning paths for individual students have been of paramount importance in outcomes-based learning and education. And we need to recognize that scholarship and research and engineering education as acceptable research endeavors. So the Batangas State University has recently embarked on a PhD in engineering education. Would you comment on the desirability of HEI faculty members pursuing scholarship and research in engineering and science? This is for Professor Bautista and Professor Alfonso, perhaps.
So my answer to that is we need it. This is the connecting now, especially for engineering schools that would not have, because we're shifted to outcomes based, but we're not yet there in the spirit of it. The methodology, the assessments are not yet there. So I guess we would need to have some of our engineering faculty go through a process it's I think okay to do that, but see to it that it is not going to be an inferior. The level and the quality of the program must be very high, because that was the problem with some of the education programs for science. That's for the high school faculty. Sometimes the quality is not at that level. I don't know. Maybe Gigi has her own way of looking at this.
I got disconnected. I just got back. I'm now in. Sorry about that. So I think lahat yata in-answer na ni Doc Sage. I got lost, so I'm back. What is happening now all over the country for the higher education institutions? We're really exploring everything, possible ways pick up of course packs and so on, and so we still don't know. The narrative goes on. So I'm sorry I cannot, I don't know what happened to Sage discussion, but I'm sure she has already answered them. Thank you.
Professor
Thank you.
Alfonso, maybe just a follow-up. Since you mentioned course packs already, so Dr. Sean Raimundo is asking if the course packs and materials are available for other universities who are not yet into remote learning.
Oh, Yan ang wala pa ngayon mga open packages, but we are into OER, sharing all the content that can be used by everyone. However, the course packs should be done by the universities. I think, and we're doing a lot of training for that. And we hope eventually we'll have open sharing of course packs, but they're supposed to do that through consortia for coming out with materials and course packs. So
yeah, just one quick answer also to add to Gigi's. Basically, we have copyright issues, so that's something that we're dealing with now. It's okay because we're in under pandemic. It's easier to talk about the last mile. But the course, so what we're saying is even with the whole debate among lawyers about the copyright over course pack, because the design and all. But we are now going to push for voluntary, the voluntary sharing of course packs to other higher education institutions, and that's going to be a movement. I mean, we will
okay, and to sustain that, we need PAASE as well, and you know, and I'm so excited about the many titles. If there are people willing to go on OER for it to be shared freely, so that's the most important thing right now. Yeah, thank you.
So maybe Gobet can also comment on how this current situation of online learning will affect, for example, exploring alternative research such as additive manufacturing if the Philippines, for example, wants to take a part into that particular discipline.
A very good question, Kay. In fact, we've had back and forth in terms of online classes only for some universities, even here in the U.S. And some people, you know, are doing hybrid type of lecture. So I think the from what I hear, it's really adaptability. It's being creative to deliver content and at the same time make the students feel that they are part of the community. And what will be important here is really communication, demonstration. Now, in terms of labs, in terms of things that require hands-on, some of the alternative things we've seen is really dedicated technical staff or people who will run experiments for students. On the other hand, some portable equipment that can be delivered or given to students or cluster of students. They're thinking about those things. And some things really, I believe, will be temporary. I don't think this is a new normal. This is a crazy normal if it is. And one of these days we will graduate and go back to and talk about history. You know, this is historic, and we will just talk about
and thank you for publishing in an open. You have this article, and open access. Wonderful.
Anyone
thank
can
you.
download it.
Yes.
Anyone can
Correct.
download.
Correct. Thank you for that.
Okay, sorry, but that's all the time we have for this particular panel. I hope that our audience would really reach out to our speakers if you want to discuss in more detail, because we have a few more speakers lined up today. So let me turn the floor over to Dr. Wendell Rivera to announce the winners of the rapid fire competition. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Kay. Good morning, everyone. Once again, congratulations to our rapid fire finalists. If you were able to attend during their presentations last Wednesday, August 12th, you would agree with me that all of them really did a good job. The topics were actually divided into 4 clusters: ecology and marine science, plant science and agriculture. We also have material science and technology, and disease, medicine, and pharmaceutical science. Again, we would like to thank our 12 members of the Board of Judges for coming up with the final list of winners. I'm sure the finalists are excited to know who made it to their cluster. So let's announce them. We would like to request Mon to flash the PowerPoint. Okay, so let's have the first cluster. Next slide. Ecology and marine science. Our third place goes to the paper entitled DNA fingerprinting using box air and GTG primers to identify sources of fecal contamination in selected sites and tributaries of Laguna Lake, authored by May Ashley, Gina Cario, and others from the Institute of Biology, College of Science, UP Diliman. Congratulations. Next, our second place goes to the paper entitled Exploring the Diversity and Antibiotic Potential of Iloilo Marine Sediment-Derived Actinobacteria using Multi-Locus Sequence Analysis, Metabolomics, and Bioassay-Based Strategies. Authored by Edna M. Sabido and others from the University of San Agustin, Iloilo City. And our first place goes to the paper entitled Multiple Strain Analysis Reveals Interspecies Heterogeneity in Antibiotic Activity of Streptomyces species from Philippine Marine Sediments, authored by Diana Joanne von El Trono and others from the University of San Agustin, Iloilo City. Congratulations to the winners of the Ecology and Marine Science cluster. Let's move to the second cluster, Plant Science and Agriculture. The third place goes to the paper entitled Effect of Exogenous Auxin Application on Root Growth and Development of Mung Bean, authored by Jose Arnel O. Reyes and others from the Institute of Plant Breeding, UP Los Baños. Congratulations. Our second place goes to the paper entitled Microbiological Evaluation of Virgin Coconut Oil Production in the Philippines, authored by Ralph Allen C. Geronimo and others from the Department of Biology, Ateneo de Manila University. And our first place, the paper is entitled Layer of Sclerenchyma Band as an Anatomical Hindrance to the Adventitious Rooting of Excelsa Coffee Stem Cuttings, authored by Jeff M. Opeña and others from the Cagayan State University Gonzaga campus. Congratulations to the winners of the Plant Science and Agriculture cluster. Now let's move to the Material Science and Technology cluster. Our third place goes to the paper entitled Commercialization of Bivoltine bombyx mori L, Silkworm Hybrid Cocoon Production in Support of Philippine Silk Industry, authored by Cheryl G. Lopez and others from the PTRI Technology Center, Misamis Oriental. Our second place goes to the paper Digitization of Traditional Filipino Weaves Using a Computer-Aided Design Software, WeavePoint, authored by Cornelio V. Loyola Jr. and Julius L. Liaño Jr. from the Philippine Textile Research Institute of the Department of Science and Technology. And our first place goes to the paper entitled Abaca Cotton Fabric with Multi-Walled Carbon Nanotubes and Polyaniline Polypyrrole Complex Layer, a Greener Approach to Energy Storage, authored by Celine Grace V. Kausapin and others from the Graduate School of the University of Santo Tomas. Congratulations to the winners of the Material Science and Technology cluster. And last but not the least, let's move to the cluster Disease, Medicine, and Pharmaceutical Science. The third place goes to the paper Discrimination of Malignant from Benign Thyroid Lesions through Neural Networks Using FTIR Signals Obtained from Tissues, authored by Rack Christian V. Thomas and others from the Department of Electrical Engineering, UP Los Baños. Our second place goes to the paper Euglycemic and Wound Healing Activities of Rhizia antidysenterica Extracts, authored by Omar Villalobos and Oliver Villaflores of the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Santo Tomas. And our first place goes to the paper entitled Targeted Screening Assay for Identifying Novel AR Antagonists for Prostate Cancer Therapy, authored by Romy Angelo G. Azur and others from the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology of UP Diliman. Once again, congratulations to all the winners, and I will be communicating with all the winners on how they will actually get their prizes. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone.
Okay, so thank you, Endel. Thank you, Dr. Rivera.
This is Edsel Peña from South Carolina. Good evening, good morning during the Philippines. And I'm going to be in charge of the last part of this conference. So we have about 30 minutes because of a time constraint. So I will be a little bit quick on everything here. And so the first part of this part 2 is for our visionary president, Gisela Concepcion, to recap PAASE resolutions in advocacies. She has been very active in soliciting these resolutions from all of us, and I think she would like to present that, and then later to present it to Dr. Secretary Peña, as well as Dr. Asancia. So I just want to point out that without Giselle's effort, untiring effort, we wouldn't be doing this symposium. I think she really did a great job in forcing this conference, and it turned out so well. We have been connecting with each other, and as Dr. Bautista had mentioned, the connections are actually the important one in all of this. And so Professor Emeritus Gisela Concepcion, it's your turn to present.
Good morning, good evening, hello everyone. Thanks for joining us. This is exciting. It's our last day of the PAASE conference, and it's been exhilarating for all of us. It's become a habit, a morning habit. I'd like to say that we are going to make this quick because Secretary Boy de la Peña has to leave by 10:25. He's hosting a National Biosafety Committee meeting, I understand. So let me go through the recommendations that were formulated from the 8 group discussions that were hosted by some of our leading PAASE members. Richmond, can you please flash the slides? And I'll just have to go through this very quickly. And we organized it in such a way that there would be some kind of a flow from basic concerns to more of our initiatives relating to national development and public service. So can we have the first slide, please? This is from the group discussion on the evaluation of R&D grant proposals and project results. And this is something that impacts on all of us in university settings as faculty and researchers. And we were thinking of this for review in the NAST, as well as in the university, and also perhaps in the DOST, based on our experience. This was led by none other than National Scientist Lourdes Cruz and NAST President Rodora Asanza. And I'd just like to point out the recommendations on the process of proposal evaluation and project review. And that would be to improve and streamline the process by reducing the number of layers of review, remove the face-to-face proposal defense, and possibly substitute with online defense, enlarge the pool of reviewers to include Filipino expatriate scientists. And we have many here in PAASE who are willing to volunteer for free their services as independent reviewers within their areas of expertise. These reviewers should have a good publication and citation record. We should inform the proponents about the decision and basis for decision, including comments and recommendations of the reviewers. I think some of us have experienced a case where we did not know why the proposal was turned down. Next slide, please. So the proposal review process must be transparent and merit-based, and should include protection of the intellectual property of our proponents. I'd like to move on to some of the recommendations for the development of the STI and R&D ecosystem, and that is that basic research would be allotted a bigger share of the DOST and R&D budget. I think this is a theme that reverberated in many of the group discussions, whether in biotechnology or even in data science research. So let me move on to the next set of recommendations from the group discussion on on STEM discipline, STEM education and R&D training led by Michael Purganan and Rigoberto or Gobet Advincula. And I think we are all one in saying that we need to increase this master's and PhD graduates in the Philippines because there is this expert deficit, as Secretary Ernie Pernia always points out, in the STEM disciplines. But I think an important point in this recommendation document is that they should be matched with the needs in industry. The industry need and value for master's and PhD graduates must be on par with real outcomes and business successes by the industry. And I think that they have also identified areas where there should be a focus on master's and PhD graduate production would be in the data analytics, in artificial intelligence. And I would say that aside from industry 5.0 and 4.0, let's put in industry 4.5, which is on materials or manufacturing, as Gobet had emphasized, would be game-changing for manufacturing and industry in our country. Let's move on to the next set of recommendations on social innovation. We think this is very important. This was led by Mario Santo Domingo, who used to be a researcher at the CIDS, Cinch. I don't know if you remember Mario. And then we have biochemist Lea Tolosa Crocher, now with the US NIH, also who co-hosted this group discussion. And that this is what the recommendations underscore, that we must have programs that show our commitment to community and collaboration, identification and clarification of needs and solutions that are creative. So there should be what we call iteration and learning and innovation as more than technological, and also emphasize the value of assessment. We think that we should incorporate the proposed projects on social and cultural conditions and norms, and they should also be groundbreaking. We always think of our pro-poor growth programs, and therefore we will always think of social innovation programs that are in the context of societies with large poor and disadvantaged segments. We would move to the next set of recommendations. And let me say that we have sent President Rod Asansa and Secretary Boy de la Peña copies of these recommendations in advance, and we will share this also with our PAASE members very soon. We move now to the guidelines for water pollution and health impacts from the group discussion led by Diana Aga and Francis de los Reyes, our experts on pollutants and wastewater research. So here, they propose that we focus on the quality of surface water, groundwater, and the seas. We'd like to look at contamination because in the Philippines, there seems to be a lack of data on traditional and emerging contaminants in these environments. And there is this proposal, Secretary de la Peña, to create a center for research on environmental contamination and public health that will bring together environmental, health, medical, communications, risk assessment, social science, and policy researchers. So further, the center would establish a biomonitoring program that would include the detection and quantification methods for contaminants such as heavy metals and emerging contaminants such as endocrine disrupting chemicals. Okay, so definitely we must have a component that would link these contaminants with health impacts. And there should be a study with an appropriate length of time. We would move to the next set of recommendations, and this is very important. We held this group discussion with over 900 registrants. This is on data science in a developing country. This is what we're most concerned about, Industry 4.0, but this would also extend to Industry 5.0, which is on robotics and artificial intelligence. This group discussion was hosted by Chris Monterola, AIM, which is now leading in a PhD science program and already graduating many young entrepreneurs engaged in developing new applications in various areas of food, biomedical, and agricultural fields. So he hosted this with our Vice President, Edsel Peña, who is our statistician, soon to join the National Science Foundation. And in this set of recommendations, they recommend that the DOST and the NAST convene a workshop on data science, addressing how it could be effectively utilized in the Philippines, and in coordination with our academic institutions, facilitate the creation, curation, and maintenance of databases relevant to education, political and sociological, scientific, agricultural studies, climate, and others. Okay, so there are so many recommendations from this group that we will be sharing with you. Let's move to the next set of recommendations on biotechnology. So we think that biotechnology is one of those underlying fundamental technologies, just like data science, and also, of course, education is so fundamental to all of us, but it is so important to support a spawning and nurturing biotechnology ecosystem in the Philippines. This group discussion was led by Vic Ilag, who is based in Australia, and Homer Pantua, who's based in San Francisco in the United States. So here they recognize that it should be a key industry in the Philippines, and it would attract a lot of high-paying employment that would be used to employ many of our future graduates, PhDs, arising from our STEM initiatives. And then we would have to address key challenges relating to the promotion of biotechnology. Also, very importantly, regulatory issues. And they suggest that we move the regulatory from process-based to product-based regulation. Okay? And a clear regulatory path should be made for locally derived biotech products in therapeutics, supplements, diagnostics, and natural products or herbal products. Then they assert that researchers and academia should focus on basic biological and clinical research, including publishing in high-quality peer-reviewed journals. And I attended this discussion, and they said, then when we're ready, then we will connect with entrepreneurs or transform ourselves into entrepreneurs or link up with middle and large size pharma and biotech industries. We had as one of our discussants, Joey Ochave of Unilab. We also had Gani Padulina of Pascual Farming. Let's move on to the last three, and they are linked. And for this one, we had Joel Calio of the University of Arizona and Gonzalo Saravica Riazade Stride and PAASE, who led the discussions on intellectual property and commercial applications. And I think one point they want to suggest is to include provisional patent application in the amendments bill of the IP Code of the Philippines. This provisional patent works very well in the United States. You have 1 year to work on your patent, and I think the fee is only $100. The second is for the Philippine government to establish what you call a private concern that would take care of both the patents registration and patents commercialization on behalf of all universities in the Philippines. And there would have to be a fund generated for this, but not only universities, not just academics, but also for small and medium enterprises in the country. Okay, so we think this is a very, very important set of recommendations on intellectual property. Next, let's move to the recommendations from the group that discussed the creation, the development of S&T innovation ecosystems, very important for regional development, focused perhaps on agro-industrial manufacturing, particularly focused on agriculture, aquaculture, and food security that would alleviate hunger in the regions. So in here, we had Joel Coelho and Anne Villalobos telling us about how this should be done. And this should be coordinated by the Department of Trade and Industry and the BOI, and with the numerous economic zones that have been created across regions of the country. And here we had as a special guest, BOI Director Napoleon Concepcion, who gave valuable inputs on what should be done to move this forward. In particular, we also cited the case of Clark Development Corporation as a place, a nexus where we could start this STI ecosystem. In particular, this group moved forward something that is very relevant to the COVID situation now. We had Annabelle Villalobos, who has experience in protein manufacturing from Johnson & Johnson for many years, pointing out that there is a need under the inclusive innovation industrial strategy, identifying top 12 priority industries to include health-related industries. So they added an appendix on how we can get into vaccine production. And while many of leading countries in the world, including India, are already big into vaccine manufacturing, Dr. Villalobos here says that perhaps we should start by attracting these vaccine manufacturers to a fill and packaging facility that we would build in our country. And this would be our introduction to that industry. And that would then require trainings, massive trainings to get this fill and packaging facility going. So while we need to build the infrastructure for this, is equally important to build what we call the superstructure for this. So the cohort of skilled, competent, and expert individuals who would run these facilities. So I would like to end by saying that this has been a very fruitful conference for all of us, very exciting. And now we would like to hear the response of our officials from the NAS and the DOST. Dr. Edsel Peña, thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you, Giselle. I think we need to have our board of director chair, Dr. Carlito Librilla, to present formally the resolutions to Secretary Peña.
I'm sorry for that. Yes, our PAASE chair will be speaking.
Okay. DOST Secretary Dr. De La Peña and NAST President Dr. Azanza, on behalf of the Board of Directors of PAASE and the entire PAASE organization, I present to you the PAASE resolutions as described by PAASE President Dr. Concepcion. Thank you.
Can we respond now?
Yes, please.
Well, thank you very much, and greetings to all the participants in this 40th PAASE series of conferences. That concludes today. I would like to give special greetings to our outgoing President, Dr. Giselle Concepcion, and our incoming President, Dr. Ernie Peña. There is one secret that I would like to reveal now. When I was named as DOST Secretary, that was about May, I think it was May 31, 2016. The first thing I did was to sit down with Dr. Concepcion, and with her were suggestions that actually also came from Dr. Pernia, who was also appointed at the same time as my appointment. And actually, many of the programs and strategies that we have adopted over my term are actually following those suggestions, like the idea of being more inclusive, meaning to say giving opportunities to our researchers in the different regions so that they can address the regional needs and the regional opportunities, the push for making industry interact and collaborate with the academe and the research institutions, and of course things that are related to upgrading our enterprises in the Philippines. Not to forget the shall we say, the strategies on building up our human resources. Actually, we owe a lot from many of you who are participating or who have participated in these conferences. You were either balik scientists or academicians or national scientists, and actually, I really would like to extend appreciation also to those balik scientists who kept coming back and ultimately settling here in our country to continue helping us. And of course, all those who stayed on after receiving their advanced degrees abroad. Anyway, I will just give my reactions in the order of as I encountered them in the various resolutions. Let me start with the recommendation actually that was presented to DTI. Okay, first, so-called R&D companies, meaning to say the nature of their business is R&D, already have incentives under our incentives priority incentives to priority industries by BOI. Now, what we are trying to push is that our campaign or our shall we say advocacy to have more foreign investments or more investments in the country will be targeted to certain investors, not just to any investors who would like to set up here because of some advantages. And this, I think, we have been a little successful by way of already having this discussed at the economic development cluster, so that we have inputted already. I have inputted my suggestions on which investments to give priority, and this is of course particularly those that are technology-based industries. I would also like to add that in terms of incubating or shall we say assisting our local SMEs, the current management of the PESA, of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, is very supportive of having eco zones allocated to local companies that are small and medium, provided they meet certain requirements and categorizations. Now, with respect to the continuity of programs that we have, I should say that DOST, compared to other government departments, has been fortunate in terms of having this kind of continuity as we passed on leadership from one secretary to another. And you can trace the programs that we have at the moment. Of course, every secretary or every administration has added new programs, but you can trace that some of them are still there even from the time of Dr. Javier up to now, you know, and as long as they are relevant and necessary. Now, with respect to continuity also, I would like to say that legislation also helps. This is very, shall we say, evident in the case of the adoption of the Technology Transfer Act of 2009. And I think resource persons from the universities have been involved here. and also the Scholarship Act that we are still following. We have, of course, the latest, which is the Innovative Startup Act. Okay? So this is intended to help startups that are really focusing on innovations, and most of them are technology-based, so that three departments were really given instructions in the said act, and I'm referring to DOST, DICT, and DTI. Of course, our science and technology community has been instrumental in having the legislation which created the Philippine Space Agency, which is now existing. We will have our first council meeting in maybe in 2 weeks' time. Okay, and also the one that we are pushing now, and I hope well, NAST and RCP have already expressed their support. Maybe PAASE can also express support to our move to have the Virology Science and Technology Institute created. Now, with respect to the grant system for R&D, I think the recommendation to expand the pool of reviewers is very doable, and that is actually one of the realizations that we have had, okay, with COVID-19 pandemic, that we are now able to talk to our experts who are abroad, just like today. Many of our speakers are located in the US, and so the reviewing process can actually be done by people who are located elsewhere. Now, as to the recommendation of doing the oral defense online, that is exactly what we are doing now. Okay? Now, with respect to the recommendation regarding young scientists, I think soon we can just come out with the relevant statistics to show how we have progressed in terms of involving younger and younger scientists in our research and development projects, together with other statistics like how they are distributed regionally or sectorally. Now, on interdisciplinarity, this is really very desirable. And actually, some universities have already done it. Some local universities have done setting up interdisciplinary facilities. Okay, let me just cite. Maybe they are not participating here. But I visited the Technological Institute of the Philippines, and I was surprised that they have a maker space that it's really an interdisciplinary laboratory. And that is probably why they are now very much into productive R&D. I just cited one example because that's one that I had visited lately. Now, our NICER centers, or the NEETS centers for R&D in the regions, are actually examples of interdisciplinary centers, because while they are focused on specific commodities or specific technology areas, okay, they apply this utilization of experts from the various disciplines. So even if you are just focused on the research on sea cucumber, okay, there are so many other disciplines who are involved. Now, with respect to the interaction with industry, I did mention our program, which is called PAASE, or the NEETS research centers in the regions. We have now 20 operating, and this is the concrete, shall we say, accomplishment that we have in trying to be more inclusive and in expanding our pool of researchers. And many of our basic scientists have been asked to help them in this new NEETS research centers. But with respect to interaction with industry, this is also in response to that strategy recommended from the beginning that we expand our industry academic interaction, and our program called Cradle. This is the collaborative R&D to leverage the Philippine economy, is a very concrete example. If you will watch the DOST report this afternoon at 4 o'clock at the DOST Facebook page, you will see that we are featuring today 2 cases of this collaborative industry and university program. Okay, so it just happened that the two examples are both in food. Okay, and that the collaborators are one from UP Diliman and one from UP Los Baños. So it is a very they are very interesting cases. One is with the Batangas Egg Producers Cooperative together with our researchers from UP Diliman, coming up with very innovative products out of their low value eggs. And the other one is the this is a new kind of ice cream, that is a collaboration between a former student and her professor to come up with ice cream that will be good for health. Okay, now let me talk about the biotech ecosystem. And actually, whenever we evaluate projects in the areas of biotechnology, we always ask who will use the R&D outputs. Okay, because in many cases, the research that they are doing are actually foundations to build on. And if, for example, we see that this is really more of a basic research, we already ask, after this project, what will follow? Because we do not want to see a project ending without any conclusion or without any use. So we force them to think, ano yung susunod na project after this, so that we can see the end. Now, we also ask our proponents to, as much as possible, do collaborative work with others. In many cases, this actually save time and also save on funding if they do the collaboration. Collaborations are not only with the research and development institutes or with other universities. This can be also with industry and with government units. I would say that I think this has been said by Dr. Sins and Dr. Chancellor Grace Alfonso, that it takes a crisis to get them to work together. I hope the desire to interact will be greater. Sometimes even within a university, there is a lot to be desired in terms of collaboration, even among campuses. And so actually, meron naman tayong very good experiences that we can show that can be some kind of template for other interdisciplinary centers. I would like to cite the good example we had with the Philippine Genome Center that is really, shall we say, has been very responsive and relevant during this time of the pandemic. And our facilities in all locations in UP Visayas, in UP Mindanao, have been very busy with the work related to COVID-19. And we see this also possibly happening if the Virology Institute will be established. With respect to data science, I think the suggested workshop on effective utilization is very good. Okay, the first time we had a big workshop was when we called, it was a series of big gatherings to know who have the background, okay, who know the needs, and this actually resulted in our big program called Sparta. Basically, it is a training cum research, okay, and we asked the Development Academy of the Philippines to handle this together with the Data Analytics Association of the Philippines. This is actually the deployment of an online course, okay, which we opened to many potential participants coming from academia, government, and the related industries to AI. And so far we have more than almost 8,000 who will finish the course, okay, this online course. And one of the requirements, of course, is to come up with a some kind of a re-entry project, but we specified the kinds of projects that we would like applying AI. Now, with respect to the recommendations on water pollution and health impact, I just would like to mention that not all research centers like this should be within the OST. Okay, many of the so-called niche research centers that we are establishing now, while they are located within universities, we are telling them this is not for your region only, while it may be located in your region. So somebody proposing a research center with the appendage in Mindanao, we immediately told them, remove the word Mindanao there, because even if it's a niche research center located in Mindanao, you should serve the whole country. And yesterday we evaluated a program on research about caves and all the species that live within caves, with the title A Center for Calabarzon. We told them, no, it should be a remove the word Calabarzon. You may be located in Calabarzon, but you have to do research for the whole country. Now, I would like to move on to IP protection for commercial applications. Again, there is a very good recommendation here that a private concern can manage all IPs of universities. But, you know, it is one case where I would like to say, take a little caution. Maybe you can recommend a private concern to work with a consortium of universities that is already in existence, you know, like the ERDT, the ASTHRD for engineering and the basic sciences. If we can make a thing like that work just for 8 or 10 universities, I think we can make it work for the whole country. Now, with respect to the idea, this idea actually related to that has something to do with operating a private entity that will have to push the commercialization of technologies. I remember we were doing this, Secretary Poliosco and myself, in 1989 were pushing this, but we had a difficulty because the so-called sources of capital at that time were mainly the government financing institutions. And they, of course, are thinking like bankers, not venture capitalists. So we ended up not having that kind of Philippine Technology Development Corporation. Now, there is hope because there are still existing GOCCs which might be interested and relevant. And I would like to mention the case of the National Development Corporation, which is attached to DTI. They're very open to this kind of work. I would also like to mention, speaking of IP, that there is so much IP wasted. Okay, in the case of our undergraduate students doing their projects, okay, there are so many of them that can be potential IPs, but upon graduation, it stops. No, nothing is done anymore with them. Okay, very few of them are being continued. Okay, and so we end up not taking advantage of the potential for IPs. I'm not only talking of the researches in science and technology, but even the industrial designs that we have. So many good industrial designs, but they are not protected. I would now move to social innovations. I promised NRCP, okay, that I will work for the increase in their budget because this is the only agency, of course, together with the National Academy of Science and Technology, attached to us, which gives grants. You know, NAS does not give grants, but NRCP does grants for social science research, and I agree that this should be given importance. I was happy just a few weeks ago that after we announced in our weekly report, the DOST, that NRCP has 5 completed, I think 4 or 5 completed projects on social research regarding COVID-19, there was an immediate reaction from the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases. They invited the researcher from psychology department, and in fact, they urged her to continue with the research. I told them, we will fund the continuation. It should not be IATF to fund because that might have some misinterpretations. And there are 4 others that are being considered for presentation. 3 of them are actually one from Diliman, UP Diliman, one from UP Los Baños, and one from UP Manila. Okay, tackling on different aspects, okay, of the social aspects of COVID-19. I would like to end with some comments on Gobet's presentation. I am really very happy about this. His case is, I would consider a best practice case And it is because a good approach was adopted. Of course, first he started as a balik scientist, and then he looked around to look at the needs and the potentials in our country. Then he took in young people to be mentored. And you know, when these young people came back, they proposed projects as recommended also by GOBET. And of course, trusting the recommendations of GOBET, most of these projects were approved by DOST. And of course, the good example of GOBET here is a very small unit at the Bataan Peninsula State University who has been publishing now, and coming up with good products. I also would like to credit him for conceptualizing the Additive Manufacturing Center. It's actually a joint center between the Metals Industry Research and Development Center and the Industrial Technology Development Institute. So the prototyping work is being carried out by the MIRDC and the raw materials R&D. And I think that was the question of Dr. Pernia, is being handled by the Industrial Technology Development Institute. The most interesting project that they are now undertaking, even if the center building has been delayed in completion, they are working within the MIRDC facilities, is the rapid prototyping of cube satellite parts, because our space technology program will fabricate the next satellites here in the Philippines. And I would like to mention also good news. Just yesterday, I was told that two of our scholars in Japan, one from Kyushu and the other one from the other university, graduated with their PhDs in space science and space engineering, Tohoku and the Kyushu. So there are additions to our pool, and the head of the Philippine Space Agency, Dr. Joel Marciano, also, I think Joel is a PAASE member, assured me that these two scholars will be taken in under new plantilla of the Philippine Space Agency. I would like to end my talk here because as indicated, I will chair the meeting of the National Biosafety Committee. I actually moved that meeting from 9 to 10:30 so that I can be with you. And I am very happy that I get some messages saying that they have been following up these PAASE conferences. And I hope you can have a good, and maybe we can help you in that, a good information dissemination with media. We recommend our organization in charge of information to help you, because there were so many things valuable, important that were discussed. So I would like to end here and express my gratitude and thanks to all the organizers, all the speakers, and of course to our outgoing President, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, and our incoming President, Dr. Ernie Pernia. And by the way, Dr. Pernia, this is an aside. We have been benefiting much from the help that we are getting from MASCOM, in terms of packaging our research results, with the help of Dr. Pernia and her team. Napaka-importante na ma-communicate well yung research results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary De La Peña. I'm very happy for your responses. You're very responsive to the resolutions.
Excuse me, Edsel here.
I leave now.
Yes, Edsel, we just wanted to clarify that Secretary Pernia is not yet, it's not our incoming president.
Ay, hindi ba siya? Sino?
It's like a joke earlier. I think I was the one who cracked the joke. Our vice president is our president-elect. And our vice president...
I see. I don't know where I heard it, but I pick up a fake news. I pick up a fake news.
Also, Secretary, I think this is a good opportunity for me to thank the DOST on behalf of many of PAASE members who went through the Philippine Science High Schools and the NSDB and INTAP scholarship. I think without those support from DOST, you wouldn't be in this position. So we're all very thankful for that. And I'm sure that a lot of the members of PAASE had benefited from that. Thank you very much. And I think you could be excused because you have a meeting. So I'd like to call on Dr. Dora Sansa, the NAST president, to present her responses to the resolutions and the advocacies presented by Dr. Gisela.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention something though.
I hope I still have at least 2 minutes of the time.
Oh yeah, you do. You do.
Okay,
Yes,
since this is the last talk, I have to be brief and I'd like to greet Secretary De La Peña, isang napakasipag na Secretary of the OST. He has left, and ako yata ang nagbiro na si former Secretary Peña would be the next PAASE president, and I'm sorry for that, but I was really thinking that he could be the PAASE president. So greetings to everyone.
we could make
I
it certainly one.
Yes. Okay.
We
Good
could
morning
make
to everyone, and congratulations to PAASE and on its 40th anniversary. And may I be seen as a video? Well, okay. I cannot open my video. Okay. Let me be very brief and let me start by emphasizing briefly the common roles and responsibilities of NAST and PAASE. The term learned academies is used to refer to organizations like the Philippine Academy of Science and Engineering, PAASE, and the National Academy of Science and Technology of the Philippines, NAST, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and their National Academy of Science, and other national academies of science of other countries. Learned academies and research universities have a common mission, which is the advancement of knowledge and the support for the application of learnings in the improvement of human lives. These have been eloquently discussed and detailed by our speakers in the ASM and today's speakers. An academy has to maintain a vision or an ideal, and the ideal is to make vital contributions and catalyze contributions in science, engineering, social science, and the humanities. Related to this, an academy also gives recognition to outstanding or sterling contributions to knowledge and their applications. And this supports the maintenance of this ideal. The awards and recognition given regularly by PAASE, the NAST, and DOST, particularly to young scholars, serve to maintain generations of people who are inspired to continue achieving in line with this vision. Many learned academies like the NAST have also been mandated by the government to have an advisory role. Leaders of nations and humanity as a whole seek trusted sources of information and advice, making the mission of learned academies more challenging and meaningful. Academies, particularly during times of disruptions like this pandemic and other natural or anthropogenic causes, cost disruptions, can be opportunities for us to give our recommendations. But sometimes unpopular recommendations based on best available science can be given by learned societies or academies. These recommendations could generate resistance from some policymakers and officials and some sectors of the public. It is very how they call this, we should be happy to note that our Secretary of Science and Technology, Dr. De La Peña, is very much akin to the recommendations of the NAS and the PAASE. Academies, however, should maintain their independence, take calculated risks, and carry out their responsibility to communicate accurately and clearly the information and advice being sought or needed by policymakers and the society. Our speakers today, especially former Chancellor Gigi, has spoken about communication as a very important tool, not only in education, but also in giving this information and advices to the government. At this point, I'd like to say that it is my honor and pleasure to receive on behalf of the National Academy of Science and Technology of the Philippines the recommendations of the Philippine Academy of Science and Engineering, which were generated during its 40th anniversary annual scientific meeting and conference. The efforts of the PAASE President, Gisela Concepcion, its officers and members should be commended for the impetus of the outcomes of the 14-day conference are far-reaching. The NAST will consider your recommendations in the STI foresight that we are developing as requested by Secretary De La Peña. I have noted the topics and the different discussions, and I would not be able to give the details at this point. We would like to thank and congratulate the PAASE on behalf of NAST and the Filipino people for this commitment to help in the advancement of science, engineering, and the humanities, and the fruitful engagements with the members of the local science, technology, and innovation ecosystem. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, President Asanza. I think what you said is very true. I think science is the bulwark against anything. We have problems like COVID, pandemics, and many other problems, but I think it's the scientists that could provide a lot of the solutions into those problems. And so we do need to be as objective as possible, and we need to learn how to communicate the results of scientific investigations. So thank you very much for those comments. And we are hopeful in PAASE that NAST will always support us, and as well as DOST, that resources could be provided to help PAASE become successful in the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peña.
Yes. So I think we are to the end now, and so maybe since I'm the last host until Dr. Concepcion wanted to say something more. Gisela, would you like to say one more thing before I close?
No, I think it's been wonderful, and I'd like to think of the all for one, one for all as one, all in one theme of our community, which is interconnectivity. So I think we're setting aside individual interests for the higher, greater common good. So that is like an underlying theme in all of our sessions. But I'd like to stress again what Robel Subadi came up with. It is agham at kaalaman para sa bayan. So thank you to all our important speakers with thought-provoking talks. Sinch, Gigi, and Gobet. And I think that you would be game changers during this new world. We have to be a brave new world today. Thank you.
Yeah, Gisela, you really have been very brave, because when the pandemic started, we all thought that the conference in the Philippines is gone, and we were thinking that we should do it in January, but with your vision to do it online, even though we didn't know whether the Zoom setup will work at all, we proceeded, and this came out to be a very, very excellent conference. I've attended very many conferences all over the world, and this is one of the best because of the connections that we all made to each other. I think as I kind of describe it in a machine learning language, that we had all created a big neural net, and it's going to become bigger and bigger, and that with a network, things becomes better. But of course, I think individualism among scientists should still be there, but at the same time, there should be this connectivity, as Dr. Bautista was mentioning earlier. And I think PAASE is great in that. We are all in different fields of studies: biology, chemistry, medicine, engineering, mathematics and statistics. But we could all cooperate because we could ask each other to help out in certain aspects that we might not be strong. And this was a great opportunity for us. The online conference actually, instead of becoming a disadvantage, turned out to be a big advantage. I was telling Marge, my wife, that we saw upstairs listening to, that in some sense, this conference was a conference where we kind of took out victory from the jaws of defeat, because we had so many restrictions, but we made it successful. And so next year, the next APAMS will be in Baltimore. Mario Santo Domingo is going to be organizing that, and it will be held in Baltimore, Maryland. There's a group of PAASE members in the Washington, D.C. area, and I think he will be leading that. Of course, as you know, I'll be starting at the National Science Foundation this Monday, so we need to replace me as Vice President, and we'll discuss that in the next Board of Directors. So the next president after you will have a big shoes to fill up in some sense, because you have been wonderful. Of course, you could continue for another year, and that could put us into a transition where the president serves for 2 years in that way. So that could be a natural way, but certainly we have to discuss that in the Board of Directors, because some people might also want to take over at this point. But that, I think we should congratulate ourselves for a wonderful job and great work from everybody, the scientists, the PAASE members from abroad, US, Europe, Australia. I think we are very happy in connecting with the Philippine scientists, and we all learned a lot. I learned a lot from all the topics. I attended many talks, not necessarily in my area. I attended sociology talks that Mario Santo Domingo organized, and I enjoyed that very much. And I think a lot of us did that, and that's the way science works. That's the way networks work, and knowledge is created through that. So with that, I am going to close the conference and thank everybody.
So everyone, and so thank you. Regarding succession, just know we have a constitution that we follow in terms of terms of office of officials. Okay. Anyways, I'd like to encourage everyone to stay on because we have a press con that the secretary.
Oh, we have a press conference.
Yes. So we hope that all of you can witness this. And we identified some of our respondents to the press. Well, we identified our past presidents, and of course, our honorary chair and President Roda Sansa. But I think at any point, anyone who wants to speak to address the question of the press would just indicate that you are willing to speak. So may we know if there are now members of the press with us, and I hope they witnessed already the earlier parts of our session. So could you please identify yourselves, our members of the press who are with us already? I saw one from ABS-CBN earlier. Yes.
There is an ABS, ABS-CBN News.
Yes. So
he is muted.
Perhaps we could get them to speak first, just to introduce themselves before we start our press conference.
Yeah, is there a way to get his attention somehow?
Members of the press, would you unmute yourselves, please?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there he is. I think he's unmuted now.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Bruce Rodriguez from ABS-CBN News. Thank you for having us.
Yes. Could you point out the other members of the press who are with us already?
I think Ben De Vera. Ben De Vera should be there.
Yes, we recognize Ben De Vera.
Ben De Vera.
Aside from Bruce and Ben, are there any more?
Good morning. I'm here, Melo Acuna from Asia Pacific Navy.
Okay, welcome, Melo. So we have
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so we will start our press conference now with a few words from Secretary Ernie Pernia.
Okay, I just want to open the press conference by saying that PAASE is at 40 years old now, and having been founded in 1980. And as I said earlier, life begins at 40. So during the past 40 years, PAASE, I think, has been partly hidden by a bushel. Now it is time for the bushel to be taken off so that the light coming from PAASE will illuminate the country, and the media will be more aware of PAASE and what it can do for the country. This is our very first meeting with the media. So we would like to get this practice a continuing one. So this is very timely because, as you know, in the press in the presentations at the meeting, and also you can ask questions about what PAASE has done to the COVID-19 pandemic that has hit our country really badly. And then this is also the age of Industry 4.0. So it's really important that the light that PAASE is able to illuminate the country, illuminate people and political leaders, businessmen, and everybody else. It is very important. I think partnerships between the government, the private sector, and the academe are really a sine qua non. It's an indispensable requirement for a country that is developing like the Philippines. I think this is there's something missing yet in these partnerships, and what PAASE is trying to do is to build these relationships among the three sectors that I mentioned, so that it can become a synergistic partnership, and it can really propel our country to higher levels of economic and social achievement and progress, especially for our country's less privileged members. These partnerships between the government, private sector, and the academe, I think, has been largely missing in the past. And we need to really strengthen these partnerships. As I've said, it's needed for the country's development, especially given that the importance of science and technology and innovation has been highlighted by this pandemic, by this Industry 4.0 requirements. Since the government is the pilot of the state ship called the Philippines, it has to better cultivate these partnerships. It has to lead in the cultivation of these partnerships. I think one reason why the country has failed in terms of the timely and adequately dealing with the COVID pandemic is can be attributed to this lack of partnerships, not taking advantage or underutilizing the importance of science, which PAASE members, as you can find out later on, have been contributing to address the COVID-19 pandemic. And so there are so many, if you will notice, there are so many Philippine American scientists and engineers and technologists based not only in the Philippines, but also in the US, Australia, and Europe, who are very willing to help the country. So they just need to be tapped by the government, by the private sector. So that is the purpose of this press conference. We want to make, we want to publicize better. We want to make the PAASE better known to the public, so that these partnerships can really gather steam and result in outcomes that are desirable for the needs of the country and for the development of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Sec Ernie. So I'll just give a few introductory remarks. So again, I'm Gisela Concepcion, current PAASE president. I'm a retired professor from the UP Marine Science Institute, and I was engaged in marine drug discovery research, but I was also the former vice president for academic affairs of UP, and I've been quite active in PAASE. You might say that probably I know the most number of scientists and engineers all over the world at this point, and that's why, you know, we're trying to recruit them all into PAASE so that we can become well familiar with one another's work. So we have senior scientists and engineers, we have middle career persons, but also we're trying to recruit the early career persons. So we have a wealth of expertise in PAASE, and it's quite diverse. And what we've done in 40th APAMS is to start these conversations in a very interactive and intimate way, but it's all focused on problem solving. So we are facing a brave new world ahead of us and upon us, brought about by COVID. And so thinking of how we can address the problems in the immediate term and also in the long term. So the challenge is really how to contain COVID and also how to move our economy forward. So within the PAASE, we had such contributions, as we mentioned earlier, through Secretary Ernie Pernia inputting our ideas and suggestions to the IATF or even to his co-secretaries at that time. So we had made efforts to get some testing kits that are highly reliable, like the Cepheid kit, early on, as early as March and April. And then we helped get the Philippine Genome Center and the UP Los Baños testing center as swab or RT-PCR testing centers. And we're happy now to know that there are about 67 or maybe 70 such testing centers all over the country, and also 23 Cepheid gene expert testing centers already accredited by the DOH and RITM. Aside from that, we have been publishing papers and holding webinars on COVID all through these 4 months, okay? And we have some experts in the areas of virology that would contribute to the creation of the Virology Institute. And so we have been consulted about the Virology Institute that the DOST has been planning to set up. Now, aside from that, we've been helping industry. So in particular, we were consulted by the Ayala Health Group, and they're happy to let us know, together with other groups in the Go Negosyo, a conglomerate of MSMEs, that in the first 3 months, they were able to contain the level of infection in their back to work employees to less than 2%. So PAASE came up with about 17 bulletins on these subjects, ranging from ensuring that the public and the government only endorses high quality specifications testing kits. And then we also tried to suggest how to combine interventions relating to swab PCR testing and rapid antibody testing, and using the 14-day symptoms test to get our workers back to the workplace. And it looks like it worked with Ayala Health and other balik kabuhayan companies. Okay, just note that at that time there was a dearth of testing, so there was no RT-PCR testing capability. So these companies had to find a way to just assess whether the infection was spreading. But in particular, it would benefit those that they needed to go back to the ground. They're essential workers whom we suggested would be the healthy ones, the 20 to 50-year-old ones who would not be at risk of infection because they would be without comorbidities. So actually, a collateral benefit of that is if some of them got infected, then they would be the population that could get what you call population or loosely herd immunity or population immunity. So we do have experts in these areas that are important or critical in COVID time, but we also had our economists who kept writing and holding webinars on the modeling of COVID-19 economics during this time and over the long term. So we are here to help the Filipino people cope with this brave new world. And I would say that in 40th APAMS, we were all in one, brainstorming, okay, as scientists with open minds, okay? So we cannot exclude possibilities for new interventions, whether in therapy or diagnostics or in containment and mitigation through physical distancing. And I believe that we have made some major contributions to the government with our direct communications with the Department of Health, with the Department of Science and Technology, and also with the private sector. So now I would like to flash that screen again of our potential respondents to the questions of our members of the press. So here we have a listed Secretary Pernia, myself, and then the chair of our board, Carlito Labrilla, who is an expert food researcher using the most advanced tools to analyze food that would be most nutritious for us, so important in COVID-19 and post-COVID. We have Edsel Peña, who is a data scientist, an expert statistician, and he co-hosted a meeting with Chris Monterola 2 nights ago. And this is all relating to fire or Industry 4 and 5. Then we hopefully have still with us President of the NAST, Rodora Asanza, who is a marine scientist who leads the effort on getting the blue economy going, also post-COVID. And then we have Joel Cuello. These are our past presidents I am identifying now. Joel Cuello is from the University of Arizona. He is a former NASA scientist. He's now leading, he's world renowned for his efforts in developing urban or rural urban farming through vertical farming. We have Kathleen Aviso, who is from the De La Salle University. She is a chemical engineer, but she is into the modeling of industrial systems. Gonzalo Sarafica is famed, he's with the USAID right now, but he's famed for being one of the first Filipino biotechnologists to have done great in the United States with his own products. And he's been advising us on IP and commercialization in all our universities. We have Gobet Advincula, who is, I think, has got some critical technology to share with the press. If you heard his talk, it's game-changing. It's underlying fundamental for the development of agri-industrial manufacturing and also for the development of biomedical and food industries. Francis de los Reyes is our expert on wastewater treatment. He's a civil engineer with North Carolina State University. And Alvin Colaba is a mechanical engineer from De La Salle University. So with us also are our specialists on virology, immunology, namely Dr. Annabel Villalobos, who is now our Balik scientist. She was formerly with Johnson & Johnson, and she was responsible for the development and manufacturing of erythropoietin and other protein therapeutics in Johnson & Johnson. Leo Divico Ilag, who's got decades of experience in commercialization of antibodies and immunological products. Homer Pantua is into, he's a virologist and a vet med, and he has experience in Genentech on drug discovery. And he's also formed his own vet med company based in Batangas called BioAssets. And other members of the PAASE in the audience, could you please participate during this press conference? So thank you very much to everyone. And may we have the first questions from members of the press?
Bruce Rodriguez maybe can start, or Ben De Vera.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that. Hi again. This is Bruce Rodriguez from ABS-CBN News. Again, thank you for having this conference with members of the press. It's good that we all have these experts, luminaries in various fields, because right now the Philippines, I guess, is really in the cusp of how it should really address this health crisis to make sure that there won't be any more economic damage, while of course prioritizing health and really stopping the I guess right now alarming trend of the virus locally. So among all, I guess for any members of PAASE, what could be right now a more holistic approach to make sure that we can hit these two stones, hit these two factors, that we can I guess we can save the economy while of course saving a lot of lives, because right now it's the choice is either extend the lockdown that we're seeing, which of course would cause more economic harm, or is there any other way that we could really address these two concerns? Thank you.
So, which may I suggest the persons who will reply to your question regarding the health, okay? And then later we move to the economy. So in no specific order, I would call on Alsa Rafica, Annabel Villalobos, Dick Ilag, and Homer Pantua, because they're the ones who could tell us about testing, about other interventions relating to health and nutrition, and then also about vaccine development. So it's free for all. You can start to speak as you wish.
Okay. Thank you. I think we need to move beyond the initial issues that we had on diagnostic testing capabilities, because we do have now close to 100 centers doing RT-PCR. But I think what we can do is to combine this testing capability towards reducing the viral load. That is more of a prophylactic capability. We're talking about that in our group in PAASE to conduct a mini clinical just to show that it does reduce the viral load in asymptomatic and symptomatic patients, thereby reducing the ability of the virus to be transmitted. And of course, we are doing already the face mask as well, the face shield activities, and also in the public transport. That will help a lot. Again, if we can confine the transmission and reduce it. And of course, on the area of the cure, definitely there are some available cures now, unlike 4 or 5 months ago. I've even heard the newly approved Chinese drug already being available and being used here. So I'm not going to dwell too much on that one, but I'm more wanting to focus on our ability to produce our own cures as well as our own vaccines moving forward. And that's where I think we should join our forces between academe, government, and industry, as Secretary Pernia elucidated earlier, that we should be thinking 2 moves ahead already in order to localize both production as well as distribution, and eventually collecting the data that gets generated from all these efforts. But I'm confident that we will get over this, and it's just a matter of us moving cautiously but intelligently and scientifically forward. Thank you.
Okay, we could hear from the rest. Please identify yourself first. That was Alsa Rafica. So could we hear from Vic Ilag, Homer, and then Anne? And perhaps Carlita Labrilla, our chair, could also tell us about the nutrition that we would need to boost our immune system.
I think just to add what Al said regarding the viral load. So if you look at transmission, one way we're trying to prevent transmission is by using masks or shields or isolating the infected individual. The only issue there is that individual is producing lots of viruses so that they could still be infecting. So if you make an analogy, if we have a dengue outbreak, what we usually do is we spray the mosquitoes because they're the transmitting vectors. So for us, the transmission vector is essentially the people who are infected, essentially like it's loaded in their mouths, essentially, because you have lots of viruses there. So one of the things we're thinking with PAASE, and it's known actually that there are, one way you could remove is you wash your hands. And the reason you could wash your hands is because soap has a detergent effect of destroying the virus. So technically you cannot wash our mouths. So one way of doing it essentially is substitute your soap with something which could have the same effect, and that's like coconut oil. Now, there's some science behind that because the active ingredient found in coconut oil is lauric acid, and that has been shown that it could reduce or kill the virus up to 99.99%. So if you could, even whether you have an infection or not, you could essentially use a method called oil pulling, which could essentially try to prophylactically knock out the virus. Then of course you could combine that with masks, but if you could reduce your load by 99.99%, that could limit transmission. Another way to do it as well is there's povidone iodine, which is betadine gargle. That has also been shown to be 99.99%. So that has been used as well for having sore throat. So those type of simple things could be done. And in terms of vaccination, it would still take about a year before we get vaccines. But if you look at a vaccine, essentially what they're trying to do is a weakened virus to stimulate your immune system or a part of a virus which could then generate antibodies. So if you could twist it or make the corollary could then be, and we know that there are individuals who don't get sick with this, is to increase your health or improve your health. So by staying healthy, that's another way. You increase your vitamin D, take your intake of zinc, have a more lower anti-inflammatory or have a more an anti-inflammatory diet to prevent the cytokine storm. So those are things that we could do, before a vaccine would arrive. So I think from a scientific point of view, we're trying to collaborate with private industry as well as clinicians to prove these things. So we just don't rely on hearsay, but we would like to demonstrate that this could be validated.
Thanks, Vic. So even now, we're thinking of doing a small study with the private sector, with hospitals, on how to measure, quantify the viral load before and then after the treatment, say, of povidone or betadine, okay? Because reducing the viral load would reduce the viral shedding and the viral transmission. So now we'd like to hear from Homer and then Anne, and then maybe Carlito would like to say something about nutrition as well. Homer Pantua, will you speak? And also, will you maybe Anne, I thought I saw them earlier, but the one that I've also seen now here is Fabian or Toby Dairit, who's doing some clinical trials with the private sector on VCO. And we would like to know, Toby, about the way you are conducting your clinical trials. Is it for high-risk individuals or those who are generally healthy and therefore their immune system would also be working together with the VCO intake? Maybe you would like to share with us.
Yes. Well, thank you, Giselle. Before I start, of course, I'd like to congratulate you for this great effort. Now, since Vic already introduced VCO, and maybe to answer your question, I'm not personally doing the clinical study because I'm not a clinician, but I developed the protocols which they're doing, FNRI is now doing in Santa Rosa City, as well as PGH, for COVID-19 patients. Well, Vic mentioned the antiviral properties of the metabolites of coconut, but I think there's another very interesting, very important property which lauric acid has, is that it enhances the immune system. So it's a dual effect of direct antiviral, destruction of the virus. However, this depends on concentration. So you would need to have since, if we were talking about surfactants, you need a fair amount of surfactant molecules to kill the virus. Now, if you were to do oil pulling, that would be fine because you would have enough coconut in your mouth and kill whatever viruses you have in your mouth. However, within your body, I don't think you're gonna be able to have as much lauric acid in your bloodstream to kill viruses there. And that's where the immunomodulatory properties of lauric acid comes in. And there are actually quite a number of publications that already mention this. Of course, it has to be proven whether it's effective for COVID. So I think that's probably one thing that we can do, is to see what the effect of coconut oil is on the immunomodulatory system. Look at CD4, CD8. It's been done for HIV, but not yet for COVID. So I think those are the next steps, and then I think that's a very promising possibilities. Now, to maybe perhaps to answer what you mentioned about what we can do now, moving to the future forward, I think we should be more conservative with nutrition. And if we're going to talk about nutrition, then we have to have a strong agricultural sector that would provide the proper food which people have. And of course, if you support the agricultural sector, then that's already automatically an economic plus for the government. So I think one thing you can hit two birds with one stone is provide good food, enhance our immune system by being healthy, and as well as support our agricultural sector. So maybe those are just my contributions to this discussion. Thank you, and congratulations again.
Thanks, Toby. So perhaps now we could move to the questions of the next reporter or member of the press, Bruce, or is it Mello? You have questions?
Is Ben De Vera around?
Hi, good morning. My name is Ben De Vera. I'm a reporter of Philippine Daily Inquirer. I'm just having some trouble with my Wi-Fi, but can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Pernia, for inviting us. I have a couple of questions. One of the recommendations of the PAASE is clinical trials for vaccines, and specifically for this COVID-19 pandemic, do you think
Ben, we're losing you. We can't hear you, Ben.
is too late? Better now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, as I was saying, is it maybe too late for the Philippines to participate, to join the race to develop a COVID-19 vaccine right now? But moving forward, how important will it be to have a facility or have a R&D for vaccines, especially that the DOST is planning to put up the Virology Institute of Science and Technology in New Clark City. How will it help moving forward in terms of addressing pandemics like this? And also, I'm curious if many of your members would be willing to come back home. For example, if we have that virology center already, if they'd be willing to lend their expertise and maybe participate in the DOST's Balik Scientist program. How many of them, or maybe among your members right now, would be willing to take part in that initiative? Thank you.
Okay, so those are very important questions, and Homer Pantua's at a DOST meeting right now. I'm hoping that Anne Villalobos can speak, because she's the one who has this proposal in our group discussions on how to address our vaccine manufacturing goals in the country. And she had lots of experience in Johnson & Johnson. But if Anne is not around or cannot speak.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello, I'm
there you are.
here.
Thank you.
I'm here, but I couldn't turn on my video because I will be lost if I do that. My internet connection is very weak. By the way, this is Anne Villalobos. Actually, I'm in Bukidnon right now. And in terms of the possibility of starting the development of COVID-19 vaccine in the Philippines, I think that's a little bit late. And then at the same time, the thing that the Philippines can do is, because there will be a lot of clinical trials that will be conducted in the Philippines, I think they're already in line, Sinovac and something from Russia, like that, and so on. And many of these vaccines are frozen and they have stability issues. So the Philippines can start with strengthen research and development, and then at the same time, open up like a filling and a packaging facility, because that's quicker to do. However, you need a research and development arm to do that, technical support, and a lot of training for personnel, because you need GLP, GMP, later on, a good manufacturing practice, because that's required by regulatory agencies. And the Philippines has the manpower to do that. It just requires a lot of training, mentoring, and also succession planning, wherein whenever you make training, you have to train more because they might transfer to another job like that and so on. But in this case, the immediate thing that's the immediate thing that can be done in the Philippines right now. In terms of manpower, we have a lot of scientists, Filipino scientists all over the world, who practically contribute to this vaccine discussion group. There's a vaccine discussion group, and Homer Pantua and Vic Ilag are there too. I was the last one to join, actually. And we had been, the group has been collecting or putting together who are the experts in this area. So there are so many fields that are covered, including regulatory, virology, clinical, production practically, communication, because of Dingvaxia. I think the issue with Dingvaxia, it has to be clarified before people will be convinced that this vaccine is good. Even if that vaccine is coming from another country, the introduction in the Philippines may be a little bit difficult if Dingvaxia is not clarified. I hope Vic can add to my comment.
Okay, Vic.
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it, Anne. Yeah. So even though we might be overseas, so we're guilty of not returning yet, so I think we're doing our best.
Okay. Can we hear from Homer Pantua? Homer, you're here now. Yes.
Yeah, I apologize for being late because I was in a DOST meeting. But thank you for the opportunity. But anyway, as Ma'am Anne Villalobos have said, I think we should. It makes sense for the Philippines to start a research and development program in parallel with establishing a field to finish line, so in such a way that we can actually make the Philippines ready in case the COVID-19 vaccine is ready. We can actually import an active product ingredient in the Philippines, and we can do the fill and finish line. And it's not only for the COVID-19, because the fill to finish line will actually set us up for a lot of vaccines that we import to the Philippines. And in doing so, while we do that, we can do our R&D, our research and development program, that we can actually tap all the Filipino scientists in the Philippines and also outside the Philippines, and fill those gaps in expertise. For example, there's a lot of Filipinos now that are actually putting their hands and minds together in such a way to help the vaccine initiative in the Philippines, for example, from bioinformatics, from downstream processing, upstream processing, R&D people in virology, in bacterines, veterinary medicines who will take care of the in vivo efficacy trials. So everything are talking now, which is really good. I think it takes a pandemic for these Filipinos here in the Philippines and outside the Philippines to come together and actually help the Philippines. And what I actually appeal to everyone is that I think it's time for our government to take the risk such that all these Filipinos will take the risk also in coming back to the Philippines. And I will, if given the opportunity. Thank you very much.
I think that's a very, very definitive answer, committed position that you've taken, Homer. So maybe we can move to the next question. So our members of the press.
Yes.
Mello, please.
Good morning. Good morning from Bicol. I am in Bicol today. I'm just interested to find out whether the government has spent so much over the years for research and development. How much have we spent? Because it appears that it's not even a significant part of the country's GDP. And that's the reason why we're lagging behind. And especially when you get to hear of people saying, baliw na baliw sa research, it won't do us any good. So I'd like to find out how the government has responded to the needs, because the COVID-19 pandemic uncovered our weak system in the Philippines. May I have your comments, please?
Okay, let me tell you, Mello, that PAASE led a campaign in 2006 to get the government to increase in R&D, S&T, aiming for 2% and eventually 5%. And we were able to get this to Malacanang at that time. And then the president had allocated the first big chunk of money to build the National Science Complex in UP Diliman, and also allocated more funding for R&D and for MS and PhD scholarships lodged at the DOST. And that was because Secretary Ernie Pernia had pointed it out to us that our government expenditure for R&D, GERD, is only 0.12% of GDP. Okay, so what is it now? I think it's about 0.15 to 0.17% of GDP. Our GDP has grown. So naturally, even if we increase the budget of the DOST, it's still 0.15
yes.
to 0.17. When other countries at a minimum would have it at 1%, 2%, and advanced countries would have it at 3% or more. So that's the answer to your question. And more than ever, we need that kind of investment now. And we're saying build, build, build. This administration about build, build, build. What to build? Perhaps a fill to packaging facility for vaccines, vaccines that may initially be imported, but then we would be filling them and packaging them here. We would be formulating them here. That's the way to build an industry. It's not, big time right away, because we don't even know how to do that exactly. We cannot compare. But as Dr. Ann Villalobos had pointed out, we could start first with fill to packaging. But we need the resources for this. And that's why I think we're happy to have the Virology Institute and have Anne, Homer, and Vic directly involved, greatly involved in this Virology Institute. And Homer says, given the good circumstances, yes, he will come home for good. That's
very good.
Very nice.
Very encouraging. Very encouraging. Another concern is I heard the Russian ambassador say that while they are willing to do field testing in the Philippines if we see it fit, and then he assured us of supply, and then the third point was he's willing, his government is willing to do a partnership with the Filipinos to produce the vaccines in the Philippines. May we have your take on this? May I have your take on the three issues? If you may add the president's statement that he's willing to be vaccinated or inoculated with the vaccine, do you think it's proper and fitting? Thank you.
I have some answers to these questions because I anticipated it, but I would rather that you hear it from somebody like Vic Ilag and Homer, and then I'll recap later. So Vic, Homer, perhaps Anne?
Thank you.
Want to go first, Homer, or? Oh,
Homer.
okay, okay, I'll take a step. Yeah, okay, I'll take a step.
Oh,
All right.
okay, okay.
Political.
Yeah. So I think just to explain the way the Russian virus works, or the Russian vaccine, essentially it's an engineered virus called an adenovirus, so separate from from COVID-19, which contains a COVID-19 gene. You inject that into the person. The virus does not replicate, but just delivers that package instructions to make the COVID-19 protein. So in principle, it's relatively safe. Now, ethically, I think the way these things work, you have to show first that it is safe. So that's what you call a phase 1 trial. Then you move to the second phase to show that it's efficacious and determine what is the right dose to determine efficacy in a smaller set of people. And then you do a bigger trial, which would involve more people to really show that this works at a very efficacious level. So based on that, that is the classical way of doing. That's why the trend is it would take about up to 2021, 2021, up to mid. So that would be hopefully that's you could add on to it, yeah, and Homer.
Okay. To add to that, Vic, I think it's so premature and inappropriate approval that Russia has done for their vaccine, because it has yet to complete a trial that convincingly shows it is safe and effective in a large group of people. Although they said that maybe it will be available by first week of January 2021. Maybe they're thinking that they have to still do the large-scale clinical trial, and that will include the Philippines. And they are, based on their website, I don't know where I found this, but based on their website, they are planning to inject it in 2,000 people. That will include many countries, they said. That's why maybe the delay in the release of their product by January. But nobody knows the details of their preclinical data and phase 1. So I think that's the one that's holding many people. And then what I have read in one of their sites is that they use adenovirus. They start with adenovirus 26 to it's a primer, and then after 21 days they will inject with a spike protein, which is in adenovirus 5. So it's mixed. Nobody has done that yet. However, they claim that they have done it in another vaccine that they have, and they estimate that it will last for 2 years, the immunity, and that is an estimation. So it's not really based on actual data from their vaccine candidate. Now, we have to be vigilant on that one, especially if they have to do it in the Philippines. And well, it's good to partner whenever you wanted to start with field packaging facility, because right now there's speed and scale for the development of the vaccines for COVID-19. For that, they need a lot of contract facility, and the Philippines can do that in terms of even just manufacturing vials and syringes, because right now the world needs billions of this, especially if they have 2 doses per injection per person, per individual. So that doubles the number of vials and syringes. So that's a big opportunity actually for the Philippines. But we have to be careful in one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Would you like to say something, Homer? Yes.
Yes, I would like. I would like to synthesize what Ma'am Anne and Vic have said. Is that yes, it's an ad 5 and an ad 26 and an ad 5. So basically, if there are 2 vaccines that will be administered, those are 2 different trials that should be conducted, two different safety trials. And if I followed the Russian vaccine correctly, they've only done 70 people in their cohort. So, and if they're going to bring that to the Philippines, the real phase 3 trial will be us. So we have to be really careful that when we execute this trial, we have a really good protocol. We have a really good cohort. All cohorts has been should meet the criteria to be enrolled in the trial. So because my concern is that Filipinos are actually thinking that this vaccine will actually be the commercial vaccines that we will be taking. In reality, it will be the actual phase 3 trial in the Philippines, if I understood it correctly.
Only phase 2.
Yeah, actually phase 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I
so
comment? Can I comment, Giselle? I think
yes.
I'll just a comment on the. Probably people would wonder, why are there two viruses being used? Actually, the logic there is the first one, because adenovirus is actually a group of viruses responsible for the common cold.
That's true.
So when you inject yourself the first virus, you will develop an immune response. And when you have a vaccine, it's normal you have a booster shot. So if your first virus, you develop an immune response, by the time you do the second booster, the booster, if it's the same virus, then that would be an obliterated. So it won't be a booster in a way. So that's why they use two. But Homer's perfectly right. You have to do two safety to do that.
Two
So that's
safety
the risk.
trial.
Yeah. So the risk of that. So that's why it's risky to use this vector. It's the likelihood of it not working is relatively high.
Especially adenovirus 5.
Exactly.
All right. So I think, we learned so much about the prospect of the Russian vaccine and its the risks that we would be taking. So I think as scientists and engineers, we always look to what we call open and transparent studies. So in the rest of the world, we know there are many vaccines being developed, but we get updates on them regularly on what's this. And then now we have this Russian vaccine, and we're still scurrying around for information about it. Now, are we going to get into the clinical trials of this risky or vaccine with a designed with some risk? It also depends on the design of the clinical trials. Okay, so we need more information on what the government will do in terms of conducting the clinical trials. So at this point, do we have other concerns regarding the immediate interventions for COVID-19? Because I would like to suggest that the rest of the PAASE members here would talk about the medium to the long term, how to bring the economy back working. Yes. Would we get
Hello, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning again. Hi, this is Bruce again from ABS-CBN News. Yeah, just maybe to add up to that conversation, what right now, just moving forward, is saving the economy and addressing all those health concerns mutually exclusive? If not, what is that perfect maybe balance between the two so that we can move forward with quickly reviving the economy while making sure that the spread of the virus won't be as fast as we're seeing right now? Thank you.
Okay, so now we'd like to hear from our past presidents as well as our officials, Carlito, Edsel, Joel, Kay, Kathleen, Al again, Gobet, Francis, and Alvin. Okay, so you can just decide who would like to speak first.
Hello.
I guess I can
Giselle?
chime in a little bit.
Joel, may we please first ask Joe Cruz, one of our eminent scientists, to speak. So that would be good. He's also
just a brief, perhaps historical note for the others who may not be PAASE members, or even the more recent PAASE members. I would like to recall for you that I was the first president-elect of PASE and therefore the second president of PASE. So that makes me the most senior among the past presidents around here. And although it was founded in Indiana by one of our three founders, Seb Coe, because that's where he was at Purdue, the first ever scientific meeting was held in the Philippines. And we had a guest speaker, a Nobel Prize winner in physics. But anyway, my point is that in the beginning, PASE consisted of Filipino Americans and Filipinos residing in the United States and Canada, and mostly in the physical sciences and engineering. But over the years, as we admitted more members, more and more Philippine-based scientists were admitted. And furthermore, during the various decades of our 40-year existence, there has been a shift towards more life science scientists and engineers. So, and now I'm so pleased that in addition to our scientific meeting where we talk to our fellow scientists and engineers in the Philippines and the United States, we are now engaging the policymakers in government, thanks to the leadership of our President Giselle, who some of you may not know, is serving her second presidency in PASE. So thanks to her and the most recent PASE presidents, that we have moved more towards making a public exposure of PASE. So I'm very pleased with that. But in response to what else should we do, and in part, in answer to the various questions from the press, the focus has been on what we're doing with COVID-19. Rightly so, because that was an urgent emergency of the day until today. However, like NAST, and some of us are members of NAST, we are also looking at the future over the next 30 years. And so it will not always be COVID-19, but you can be sure, especially for the Philippines, there will be disasters every year because of our typhoon, etc. And so, in my case, my background is electrical engineering. You might say, what can you do? Well, my area is control engineering, science, and technology. And control is really associated with strategic planning, obviously for the future, for which there is no data. The data is only passed up to the present, but we build models. Our colleagues from LaSalle, AIM, in particular, they've been building models for simulating what might be, what if. But in a recent March proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America, there's a paper on modeling that is different from what is used at the University of Washington or Johns Hopkins, because they are now including the effect of mutation in the models. And so, but they are also getting ready to evaluate what if for future interventions, like where do you put this or that, but everything is for the future. So that's my area. So I will be working on something that is not immediate, but could still be useful for disasters in the future. And in that sense, it may be too late for the COVID now, but COVID is not disappearing anyway, and there will be something like it. And there will be other pandemics perhaps. But in particular, even without those pandemics, we have typhoons, disasters, floods, tsunamis, you name it, we have them every year. So we still need to do some strategic planning. And I'm hoping to get the the planning for the next 30 years for NAST to have something in it, but hopefully this is advice to the next president. Perhaps we should also start having a plan for the next 30 years for PAASE. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Dr. Joe Cruz, Professor Emeritus in Ohio State University and our eminent UP engineering alumnus, okay, who's now serving with Batangas State University. Thank you, Joe.
Right. Joe, thank you for your comments. And Bruce, thank you for that question. You asked a very important question. In fact, that's the gazillion-dollar question everywhere on Earth now. I'm Joel Coelho. I'm a professor here at the University of Arizona. So absent therapeutics and absent vaccine, really the model countries on Earth today are South Korea and Taiwan and also New Zealand. And particularly with South Korea and Taiwan, they've been very aggressive in terms of testing as well as contact tracing. And so with that, Taiwan and South Korea did not really completely lock down. And they're still very aggressive in terms of implementing both contact tracing as well as testing. In the case of New Zealand, as you know, they've been very successful in seemingly eliminating the threat of the virus for about 100 days. And then unfortunately, it's starting to crop up again. And I think the Prime Minister is just about to announce whether to put on lockdown the biggest city in New Zealand, which is Auckland. So we will see what happens. So for an emerging economy like the Philippines, this is a real, it's a real challenge. And it's a real conundrum because, as you said, there has to be that balance. Where's the balance between completely shutting down as well as keeping the economy humming? And I don't have the answer for that. But I'd like to, I mean, Metro Manila is a tricky case. It's a thorny case. But we had the privilege of having Mayor Richard Gomez of Ormoc City as one of our guest speakers in one of our sessions. Now, Ormoc, of course, is a small city in the Philippines relatively, but they've been very relatively successful in terms of containing the virus. And again, that's because they have contact tracing and they have a web-based geospatial risk assessment where they really are able to monitor risks in different places in Ormoc. And then I guess they have the ability to shut down specific places if they're assuming that the risks there are increasing. So that's, in a way, that's a form of contact tracing. And they've been fortunate because with cooperation between private industry, civil society and the local government, they were able to set up their own molecular diagnostic facility. So they don't have to depend on other cities in terms of their testing. So I guess that's an ideal scenario for a local government in the Philippines, but I realize that not every local government in the Philippines has the same know-how as well as the facilities that they have now. So the bottom line is, for an emerging economy, it's a real challenge because there needs to be an amplification of the testing as well as the contact tracing. But without that, it's a challenge. Thank you.
Joel, thank you.
Maybe I can say something very quickly.
Yes.
In terms of this trade-off between health and the economy, I think what we should have done, and we can still do it, is really to strengthen our health system capacity. If we had done that in the beginning, then and then we were able to strengthen the health system capacity and expand them geographically, then the need for a lockdown, a tight lockdown, a hard lockdown would have been less necessary because if you do the testing, contact tracing, isolation, and then treatment with an adequate health system capacity, then there would be the need for maybe a slight locking down. It can be gradual, and then later on when all this the testing, tracing, and then isolation and treatment have really borne fruit, then there's less need for a lockdown or a tight lockdown, and then maybe the lockdown can be eased gradually. I think that is what Vietnam did. And Vietnam at first didn't have any deaths at all, and very few cases, and they only had about 5 testing centers in the beginning, but they were able to ramp it up quickly to 105, and so they were able to do this thing, testing, etc. And there was really no need for them to lock down. Then they didn't have any case. Well, they were able to suppress the COVID virus, and then but then lately there was this problem with Da Nang, which is resort city in Vietnam, where they allowed the entry of tourists, and that was when they got a problem of about 3 cases or 5 cases, and so they're addressing it now. So and even Thailand as also, where the Wuhan virus started, they only have about 3,000 cases and about something like 1,300 deaths. And in the same manner, they were able to do it by gradual, easing of the ramping up of the health system, and then in terms of calibrated lockdown, depending on the results of the health system capacity interventions. So I think that is what we can still do. We have been very slow in really expanding and strengthening our health system capacity. That has been the main problem, I think. That is why the lockdown has been rather hard, and after we had eased a bit for Metro Manila and Luzon, we have gone back again to a tighter lockdown. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to add in also into the discussion. Okay, I'll try to make this very short. So I think what we really need would be more holistic, systematic models to integrate both the health issues as well as economic issues. And we've tried to look into that in some of the work that we've done. But I think what's more important, and I'd like to echo what Joe Cruz mentioned a while ago, is for us to look into the future. So what we've been doing really is trying to just react on what the situation is already. But what we have to do is to be more imaginative and look forward and try to imagine what else could happen. So for example, someone should have looked into a more systematic way once these vaccines are available. How do we actually allocate it to our people, so that we can see greater impacts on the improvement on health and lesser casualties in the process. So that is why I think PAASE really plays a critical role in trying to promote science and engineering and the fundamentals and the basic research, because for some things, it doesn't take overnight. It really takes years of discipline, years of research. And so what we really need is to equip ourselves with the skills and the capabilities once pandemics like this and other problems arise in the future.
I'd like
to contribute.
Yes, I think Rodel, you want to speak, right?
Yes,
Dr.
yes.
Subate. Yes.
Yes.
TV
This is a point of view from outside NCR. Because if you have been observing in the news, there is a rise of COVID cases in various cities and provinces. And many look at the main culprit, which is the Hatid Provincia. The Hatid Provincia or Balik Provincia. And even some people call it Hatid COVID. Now, if you look at the various stories, through these days, we see that there has been a great lack of coordination and a miscommunication, putting the blame on the LGUs, that they are not accepting nor are so welcoming of their constituents. Now, the problem is there have been flooding of people coming from Metro Manila and from OFWs. And there is a lack of system to ensure that people who are moving or coming in are already tested in Metro Manila, and if found positive, could be treated in Metro Manila, where there are so many hospitals. No, a few weeks ago, there are so many free beds and isolation and quarantine facilities. So what has happened now is that many of them have come to provinces. I think even Mayor Richard Gomez have pointed that out. That is a main cause of the increase on the number of COVID cases. And we have observed that the various LGUs, like in my case, Iloilo City, the quarantine facilities have been to the max, no? And they need to open new quarantine facilities. So my point is there is a need to really address this to maybe in the short term, stop that for the moment, unless there is a systematic way of doing that to prevent further increase or slow down the increase of COVID cases in the provinces. There is a need to address that by the national government. We just cannot put the big load on the LGUs who are under-financed, under-equipped, and they greatly lack the quarantine facilities. So I think this is urgent, no? Although this is being reactive, of course, we need to look in the long term, but reaction to short-term emergencies need to be acted upon. And I think that PAASE need to address this because now there are increasing cases in various provinces and cities like Bacolod in Iloilo City and, you know, Cebu City. And many of these LGUs lack the facilities. So the national government, perhaps through the scientists like a PAASE group, can address the national government to really deal with this urgently. Thank you.
Okay, so others to speak. I'd like to point out the build program of the government, but I think at this point, we'd have to think of building the health care capacity. And aside from the MDs and the healthcare workers, we need the facilities, the hospitals, the clinics, but also if we know many or all of our medical supplies are imported. Okay, so think of how many how many hospitals charge a lot because of imported medical supplies and devices. And that is where science and engineering plays an important role, because then we would have to train the cadre of Filipinos who could then start to produce these medical supplies and devices locally. Any comments from our other participants in this forum?
Well, I'm not very familiar with the Philippine setting, but I think I completely agree with Joe Cruz on his comments that we need to think strategically on all of this. We have to ask questions like, what if? I think we're not asking those questions too much. And consequently, we couldn't come up with actions that are needed later when something happens. That's the same thing in the US. People were not asking, what if? Let's open the economy. And then suddenly the number of cases is increasing again. Then we have to close out again. What if we waited for, say, 2 weeks before we started opening the economy again? Maybe it would have decreased the potential for closing out again. But I think something is missing when we are not asking these what if questions. And when we ask that, then we say, what are needed if something happens? So we are logistically prepared for things. And we couldn't be thinking just in the short term. Because if we are just acting in the short term, then we don't have a strategy. It's like, as an analogy, it's like a chess game. In a chess game, it's a long-term game. You have to have a strategy to be able to gain a good position. You don't do it by simply looking for 1 move or 2 moves ahead. You have to have a plan. And I think that is something that is missing in the Philippines, in the US. South Korea and Taiwan did a great job at it. But I think New Zealand too. But I think a lot of the other countries did not ask good questions. And that's something. And as a scientist, I think that is something that we have to really think about. And the role of basic research in all of this is very crucial. We couldn't simply focus, of course, this has been a discussion among all of us, basic versus applied research. I think there's a balance here, because if we only do applied research, then we are not setting up the foundations to prepare for the future. We have to do basic research. That's very critical. it's an investment. You don't see immediately the outcome, the benefits of it, but it is in the long term. And just like in this COVID thing, if we are more prepared from a foundational point of view, maybe we would have succeeded better. So that's more an abstract thinking that I've been doing. But of course, now we are in this mess. So
I'd like to hear from Dr. Marge Peña. So we'd like to hear from more women in the group. And Marge is our secretary of the PAASE, okay? And she's in biomedical research. Marge?
Hello. I'm not the secretary, actually. I don't want to take that position from Lulu. Yeah, so I'm the chair of the membership committee.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think Kay has a very good point. Everybody has a very good point that, you know, we have started to, one of the good things that we have started doing with this PAASE 40th APAMS meeting is the fact that we have started to group ourselves into clusters that where we have organized ourselves into people that can work together towards a common goal based on our common expertise together. And we can also work, so we can work together and we can work across each of these clusters. And so I think this is a great opportunity for us to begin thinking towards the future. We have built the momentum at this meeting. And so some of the things that we have discussed now, such as moving forward, we need to start crystallizing all those things. And I think one of the discussions we had last night was the fact that now that we have grouped ourselves together, let's identify leaders for each of these particular groups. People who have expertise in economics, people who have expertise in vaccine development, and then work with people who have experience with R&D and commercialization or bringing this to companies. And I think by doing that together and not going to silos, but actually working as as group and then coming together with what we have come up with each of our sectors, it's one way I think that we can move forward. Because the way I look at it, if we work together as one big PAASE group, it's very cumbersome because all of us have our own varying interests. But by dividing ourselves into more functional groups, we can actually come much more faster to some realistic solutions, because there are people working together that have similar expertises, and then we can work across each other's expertise to even bring ourselves forward. For example, I'm a basic researcher. I don't know anything about commercialization, but if I can have my ideas, or somebody in a basic research can talk to someone with R&D expertise, we can bring that idea much further closer to the application that can benefit, the health sector and even the economic sector. So that's where I'm coming from. And so Ansel and I had worked hard to making these clusters together. We got to make this more efficient. We got to identify the leaders for each of these clusters so that we can then start bringing up ideas into fruition that can actually benefit the Philippines in many different aspects, not just in health and economy, but dealing with other problems that the Philippines are facing. So that's what I'd like for us to bring forward. As soon as this meeting is over, we can start doing that. And I think we started the discussion last night about having more frequent discussions with each of these clusters so that we can all stay connected. And the fact also is that we can pick not just one cluster, we can be part of several clusters that may benefit each of our expertise and help us to move forward. And the one thing that I really appreciated from this meeting is that we have a lot of very enthusiastic young people. I was just very impressed by it. I don't get to see that where I am most of the time. And that was one of the comments that Elsa and I were making, that no, we can't get this going in our own departments, but we somehow in PAASE got this going all around the world. And so I think we need to build on that excitement so that we can move forward. And whatever we can do, whatever I can do, I'm willing to go in. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
That's wonderful, May. because our members of the press are interested in post-COVID economy, maybe we could ask Gobet Advincula again to share his views on manufacturing, okay, in the regions. Gobet, are you
I think
there?
he's gone. I think he left earlier. Yeah, I think he's gone.
All right.
But I can still see him in the list.
Yeah, we see
You still
him.
see him?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
yes,
RCA 41.
Yes. So, anyone would like to convey your ideas to members of the press?
Yes, Giselle, I can talk about several programs that we're trying to do on the economies. I
Yes.
mean, partly Anne mentioned and Joel got a little bit of the information from NAP Concepcion, a BOI governor. We actually worked with him last year. We were in UP Mindanao looking at biodegradable plastics at UP Mindanao together with Mondenisin. I think we need more of these types of interaction where science and technology gets infusion to the small and medium scale businesses on how they restart after shutting down this long and with no income whatsoever. So I was with a conversation in the last 2 days with two businesses out of Davao. Somebody's shutting down their manufacturing for high-end cheese because PAL and the high-end hotels are not getting it. How do we help those type of businesses? So I think this is where we need to meet constantly in terms of forming indeed clusters. Another group was on bioremediation. This is like the area of Francis de los Reyes. He's talking about fat, oil, and grease degradation that he used to do business in remediating from industries. Suddenly, the industries shut down. Now, what do? He's making biofertilizers now. So I think this is where the scientists can guide some of these small businesses on what they can do in this current environment so that they can still continue paying their employees, if not only feed them as well. But I think as scientists, we have a role to play in this whole ecosystem of bringing back the economy to where it was before COVID hit us. And I'm sure Secretary Ernie Pernia has been a symbolic leader to me personally and to hopefully to PAASE to lead us in terms of getting to those various sectors, may it be health, may it be agriculture, may it be industrial manufacturing, in order to use our expertise in each of those sectors so that we can advise private sector as well as how academy and academe universities can help these industries get back on their feet. So to me, we have all a role to play, as Marge mentioned it, not just within the sectors that we're talking about in PAASE, outside, in the bigger environments, in the regions. There's the regional inclusive innovation that I was advising the Pili industry in Legazpi last year. I took 2 trips there to look at how to increase their production and how to market their products globally and how to connect them with the outfits in DTI on export manufacturing. So we need to localize this types of activities to everybody in PAASE to be familiar on how the ecosystem in the Philippines works and how they can insert themselves to be productive and contributing to those ecosystems. Hope that that's enough encouragement for everyone to take part. We have a role to play, guys, and we have a lot of problems, but there's also a lot of us that can make a dent in solving those problems. Thank you.
I completely agree with Al because there's also some of us who really want to help, but we don't know where to go. So the PAASE is really a good way for us to be pointed in the right direction, so that we have the willingness and the expertise, and then put us where we will be useful. That would be the best. That's the best thing that PAASE can do.
Yes. So thank you, Al and Marge. And we're waiting for more questions from members of the press. Mello, Bruce?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Considering all these scenarios mentioned by our resource persons, may I know of their prognosis? Where will we be a year or two from now? And have they also considered the political landscape, which has probably added problems to the current situation? Thank you.
That's a tough question, and perhaps we can get some responses from our modelers, also from Secretary Ernie, and we will let them speak before some of us will share our own views. Would anyone want to speak on this? So maybe let's hear from the optimists first. Joel, Al, and then let's hear from our economic modelers as well.
I want to see where my leader is going. Secretary Pernia, lead us.
Well, it's very uncertain. It's very uncertain, as you know, because we really don't know yet what the terrain will be in terms of having the vaccine and to what extent we can have these vaccines, whether they can also be manufactured in the Philippines, because we have a lot of people to distribute vaccines to. You're talking about 110 million Filipinos that you would have to provide vaccines for, and well, let's assume that the vaccine will be available early next year. Then maybe that is the time that perhaps the economy can begin to recover from a negative growth rate, or from a recession, from a deep recession, to getting out of the recession. And perhaps by the end of next year, the economy will be growing positively already. And then perhaps 2022 could be a better year. So, but I am surprised why the government is projecting a 6.5 to 7.5% growth rate next year. Because the problem by next year is so many businesses will still be unable to operate, and workers would have been, so many workers would have been unemployed, and getting them back to these businesses can also take time. So yeah, so that is my scenario. I wish it were better, and I wish it were as good as when I was there. We were able to grow at the average of 6.7% over the past 3 years and a half, until the COVID crisis reared its ugly head. So that is my scenario. So I think it's quite a balanced prognosis. Thank you.
So globally, the scenario is really quite interesting. When the influenza pandemic happened in the early 20th century, in the 1900s, the world then was not as economically integrated as it is today, the world we're living in today. So the global economic integration, I look at that very positively, because once we have the vaccine and once we have the therapeutics, I think that there is a very good likelihood for the world to be able to bounce back quicker than before, because once everybody is vaccinated and once therapeutics are available, then that means that everybody could go back to work. On the other hand, this is a real recession as well. It's an economic recession now globally. And of course, it will take time for economic activities to pick up again and for consumers to go back to the previous level of consumption that they had. So it will take time for the economy to bounce back again. But I'm feeling optimistic about it, because at least what caused the economic recession was not an economic cause, but rather a health cause. And so therefore the economy, I believe, has a greater chance of, and a faster way of being able to recover. So I saw an interview of Bill Gates last night here in the United States. Bill Gates, as you know, is with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and historically they've had a good record in terms of supporting vaccination. So he is an expert in terms of vaccination. His prediction is that the wealthy economies, they'll be able to take care of vaccination and therapeutics by next year, and they'll be able to start recovering. However, the emerging economies, they will need until 2022 to be able to fully take care of everything.
So, yes.
To me, I think I'll just add a more positive one on the economy itself. I'm an entrepreneur. I had a business for 17 years in America. I make medical devices, and the way we always start any development is start with a user need. So I apply the same methodology when I advise universities here as well as the UST in terms of how do we employ our technologies in the field. We look for the user need. There's a lot of user needs now with the economy being in shambles. Let's start addressing them one by one. Increase productivity in agriculture, address the medicine and the supplies locally. These are all user needs that we can build a team around and start addressing. These are all kind of startups in my mind, specifically forming a team to address an economic need rather than a scientific investigation. So to me, those are the things that we can do with PAASE, being a member of, we've been training various companies here in the Philippines for how to market their technologies. We can do the same training in terms of being able to find small and medium scale businesses that need scientific input or technical advantage to improve their productivity. And then start infusing both private and public money funding for them. That way they can start growing. It's like planting seeds. Let's plant more seeds, guys. Let's plant them, and we as scientists can be the fertilizers for those. And we are also quite well off, so we can infuse additional fertilizers in the form of funds and money. I'm willing to be a venture capitalist to all of these babies that we're trying to do if we need to. But let us do it together and let us do it for nation building. To me, that's the more important part, and that's the other side. I make medical devices. I see the opportunity in making more medical products, but my intent right now is really to help the country get back on its feet first, and my own self protection or self enrichment way back as a priority. And I think we have to think in that way. Bayanihan talaga. Kailangan nating tumulong at kailangan nating hanapin saan tayo pwede gamitin. Yun lang. Salamat po.
Salamat, Al. So at this point, it's already almost 12:30, and there are more questions, Melo. I think that we have to think about the role of the private sector and how they can also be prime movers to cope with COVID. And we already know that there are shining stars in the private sector. And when I spoke at one of the webinars, I said that the MSMEs or their companies where they are instituting the right interventions for COVID, that would be very important because these workers would bring the same interventions to their families in terms of containing and mitigating the effects of COVID-19. But I think one of the major concerns of the president Duterte now is that he's running out of his subsidies for the people, whether salaries or outright amelioration and subsidy funds. So he says that we really need to get the economy back working. And bottom line is we have a monitoring of what we call hunger in the country. And one of our guests at this PAASE meeting was Mahar Mangahas of SWS. And then we, of course, we always compare their data with Philippine Statistics Authority, but he says that we were controlling hunger until COVID came over, and now we have increased percentage of hunger in the country. So I think the question that all of us have to address would be how do we get the poor to get to eat 3 meals a day? And so we're always concerned as scientists with the source of the food supply, whether it's terrestrial or marine. And that is really where we think we can make a difference if we implement some of PAASE's programs, which are region-based. And there are fundamental underlying technologies that could help us improve our food security and reduce hunger. So, are there any more inputs from our members and our participants? Are there any more questions from our members of the press? At this point? Sec Ernie, do you think we can then call it a day and end this press conference?
Yeah, I think some of the reporters are also having connection or technical problems with their maybe iPhone or whatever they're using. So so I don't know if there's one more reporter around who might want to ask a question. I think there were three of them.
Bruce is around. Bruce of ABS-CBN is around.
He already asked a question. There was another one who was there. There were only two who asked questions so far. And so the third one, I wonder if he's still around. I didn't get his name.
Ben De Vera is around. Bruce, I think they asked questions. Mello and one more person.
There were three that asked questions: Mello, Ben, and Bruce.
May I say something, President, Madam?
Of course.
This might be something for the reporters if they're still around. But in the beginning of PAASE, the rule for presentation was that they should be broad enough so no matter what area of science or engineering you come from, you will get something out of that. And I know there was some comments earlier about seeing the whole. So I know we are going to get organized as clusters, and maybe that's okay for meetings during the year, but for our annual meeting, this is a question for the press, would they be interested in listening to presentations where it would be like the meeting today, except it would be presentations about the whatever number of sectors we have, but at a very broad level. So members of PAASE, no matter what kind of background they have, could have some understanding, and more importantly, that the reporters could have some understanding of these general cases. So I'm suggesting a hybrid situation, going back in part to our historical reason for having PAASE, namely, we will discuss only very general things among ourselves, and we have our own specific professional societies where we can go as deep as you want in the technical areas. But having clusters alone without the general might move us towards the traditional professional society. And what I like about PAASE in the old days is that you can go to a meeting and listen to all the talks, regardless of what they're talking about. And it's supposed to be a general science presentation that's accessible to anyone with any elementary science background. So that's what I would like to suggest to the next leaders of PAASE, and namely a hybrid situation where we can still have our clusters, but for our general meeting, the talk should be very broad, invite the press.
That's an excellent suggestion, Joe, and just be assured that we will keep our balance and we will keep that hybrid arrangement. And even among our daily conversations, the clusters may form their own Google groups, but we will keep our general Google group. So the conversations will be across clusters. We will make sure that that is ensured.
As far as I know, anything that would be of interest to the general public that would impact on their lives will be acceptable from the media, because we also serve the publics. So everything that will make a difference in their lives, probably uplift them from where they are, or at least give them some encouragement, will be good enough. Thank you very much for the privilege.
No, I think this is just the beginning of our relationship with the media. I hope we can sustain this, this relationship with the media, so that whatever interesting things PAASE comes up with, then we can disseminate it more widely.
So
Yes.
let me say, Sec Ernie and Mello, that all our sessions have been recorded. So many of them were on YouTube, and they're there permanently. But we also have our Zoom recordings, which we have edited, and they are posted on our PAASE website. But also, there's been an interest from UPTV, TV Up, to feature some of our sessions.
Very
So
good.
if our members are willing to be viewed through TV Up, Internet TV, that would be great. Now, we selected our speakers for our plenary sessions, Mello, for those that would be of public or general interest. So maybe we can point out to you immediately which of those plenary sessions I think you should watch. In particular, Secretary Ernie's keynote talk, and then we had the talk of Paulo Borromeo of Ayala Health, whose group we helped on their successes in the Ayala Health. And then we had, as Joel Calio already said, Mayor Richard Gomez. He talked about his COVID initiatives in Ormoc City. But before that, we had another social innovator. This is Ann Aaron. So Ann Aaron is the director of encoding and video algorithms of Netflix. She is a PhD engineering graduate of Stanford and an undergraduate, master's graduate of Ateneo. And she's very outstanding. So it would be nice for the media to know about these plenary sessions. And then we had one on outreach to Philippine regions. We had no less than Father Ben Nebres of the Ateneo, who works closely with Gawad Kalinga on his poverty alleviation and hunger alleviation projects and school feeding. Then we had Mahar Mangahas give a talk, okay? And then we had this lady, a very outstanding lady. Her name is Mercedes Rivera Abad. She was a person behind Pulse Asia, Trends, and also SWS. And now she's the president of ASHI, Ahon sa Hirap Incorporated, where she has 87 nanays who are thriving because of her microfinancing program. We also had the Bernidos, Chris and Marie Bernido, talk about their dynamic learning program, Learning as One, which is very, very important to share during this time of COVID. So education is major concern. And if you had joined us earlier at this plenary session, we had as guests the Vice President of Academic Affairs of UP, Cynthia Bautista, and TV Up, and former OU Chancellor, Open U Chancellor G.D. Alfonso, talk about what we are trying to do in UP during this time of COVID, because I think major repercussions to our education and our R&D capability if we do not address the challenges of education at this time of COVID.
Thank you for the privilege.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mello.
Yes, Secretary. I can see you smiling.
Press release has also been distributed.
Yes.
Press release that was finalized by Dr. Joel Coelho. Thank you, Joel, for finishing that press release that we have distributed to the media.
Well, we have to acknowledge that the ones who drafted it are June Lit of UP Los Baños, and Mario Santo Domingo of University of Maryland, okay, who hosted sessions on social innovation.
Great.
And set up museum in Morong. Thank you.
Great. Secretary Pernia, stay healthy. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, we'd like to thank the members of the press for joining us at this very, very interesting and dynamic press conference with our PAASE members. And as Secretary Ernie said, this would be the beginning of a very long-term and productive relationship with media. Thank you all for your contributions. Stay healthy, stay optimistic. Good night and good day, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you. Good job, everyone.
Optimistic.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're all optimistic.
Yeah, let's just keep optimistic.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Let's go.
Necessity is the mother of invention. So that's it.
Exactly.
Seriously.
I can help them all.
Optimism is the mother of economic recovery and going to a better normal.
Yeah, that too. That too.
But we need to be more virtuous. We need to be impatiently virtuous or virtuously impatient, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Good day, guys. Good job. Good job, Michelle.
I'd like to thank our indefatigable and ever committed webmaster and administrator, and yeah, this is Richmond Pancho.
Thanks, Mon.
Yes.
Richmond
Thank
Pancho.
you, Mon, and thank you, Giselle.
Always.
Yeah, for a monumental job you have done. The results are really very stimulating, and it's going to make the country better.
Well, Ernie, it's a little bit of gentle muscling, right? Gentle muscling, just to get many more people involved.
That's
I mean,
right.
you can do it ourselves, and we're like aging already. I mean, starting aging.
As Al was saying,
We need to get more
as
people.
Al was saying, bayanihan is the word.
Bayanihan.
Bayanihan is a very beautiful word. It has so many meanings. Selflessness, generosity, malasakit, and partnership. Partnership is really very important. Government.
Please unmute yourself, Ernie. You got muted. Ernie, you got muted.
Yeah, partnership is very important.
Yeah.
And this is bayanihan through partnerships is really very important. If we can have that bayanihan spirit and the partnership becomes more synergistic, then we are in the country in good shape. Thank you.
You know, Ernie, I
Let's
just like
connect
to
them all.
there are like mainstays here in our meetings. So Cheryl Ariola is one of our young faculty, right, Cheryl? Lester Pasqua is my former RA. He was the one who set up 2018 PAASE, October 2018 PAASE, when we had a special meeting in NIP in UP Diliman. So there's Lester, and he helped us with the materials for this meeting. So we connected Richmond and Lester, major guy, Lester. But I also want to introduce my childhood best friend, Marlu Emanuel, who's based in the Bay Area. Marlu Emanuel has been watching all our meetings, and she's in the social sciences. And so Marlu belongs to my grade school and high school class. And she's been faithfully following our meetings from day one. So thanks, Marlu, for being there for us. Okay.
Okay, I'm signing off. Thank you very much.
Signing off. Thank you.
President Giselle, Commander Ernie, and Commander Joe. We will see each other again in the battlefield.
And Commander Joe Cruz.
Walang gera. Sugod mga kapatid.
Joe Cruz, please you
Sugod
haven't
mga
seen you
kapatid.
in a long time.
Yeah.
Be healthy and strong. Joe Cruz, healthy and strong as ever. All right?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
so much,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good night to everyone.
Good night.
Good night from
Good night.
Columbus.
Bye.
Good day. Bye
Good
bye.
night.
Good afternoon.